Good evening and welcome to the City of Lamarque City Council special agenda tonight of November 18th, 2024. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a special meeting November 18th, 2024, beginning at 6 p.m. in Council Chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. According to Section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and a quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kiera, would you give us a roll call?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A,
Here.
Councilmember District B, Councilmember District C,
Here.
Councilmember District D,
Present.
and Mayor.
Present, thank you. We'd now like to invite pastor of Lamarque's very own Resonate Church, Pastor Jervy Wyndham, to come and lead us in our invocation, followed by our very own Councilmember District D, James Ross, to lead us in our pledge. Stand if you're able. Pastor.
Good evening. Let us pray. Lord God, we truly thank you for all of the loving kindness and tender mercies that we enjoy every day in this community. God, I pray that even on this evening that we would be reminded the fact that you've called us, first of all, to love you and then also to love one another. I pray on this evening that although this evening may be passionate, God, may it also be peaceful. And as it is peaceful, may it also be productive. As all of us here remember that you've called us to love one another as you have loved us. I pray, God, that we as a community would remember these words, even as we stand together in solidarity and pray the prayer that you taught your disciples to pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor, and thank you, Council Member. Now up to item 4, citizens participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who signed up may speak to council, limited to 3 minutes. You wishing to speak, give the mayor name, your full legal name, address, and item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you're visiting with us via phone, you may press *6 to mute or unmute yourself that you might speak. If you are visiting with us via the Zoom platform on a smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen that you might mute and unmute yourself to speak. If you are here in person, when your name is called, you may approach the podium to our center and you will be heard. Kyle, are there any persons online wishing to speak?
Yes.
Very good. Name and address, sir. Welcome.
Good evening. This is Rashard Loftus, resident of Lamarque. Mayor and Council, I just want to give you a few quick things to enlighten you all on. First off, I'd like to thank the citizens who came and participated in our fall sweep. That made it a very successful event. I want to thank the volunteers, the AKA sorority, Councilman Joe Compion, Ms. Martin, our city manager and his sons, along with our public works department. I also want to thank my chairperson of Keep Lamarck Beautiful, Ms. Lindsay Gonzalez and Jamie Ray Loftus for the work they did at our tree giveaway, also on Saturday at Highland Bayou. And second off, I want to recommend to you all in hopes that in your search for a new public works director, you all really consider hiring somebody that has the qualifications, that not only knows one aspect of public works, but the entire aspects of public works. That way, we're not getting a one-sided deal, and our public works employees who are out there with boots on the ground may be getting the short end of, of the stick, as they call it. We need somebody that's going to come in there and make sure that these guys and women get the training they need, somebody that's going to speak up for the equipment that they so desperately need, and also make sure that they maintain the equipment that you all purchase. That way they can do a better job for all of us as citizens and to make the city better, because from what I'm seeing now, we lacking in a few areas, and we can be better, and we should be better. We talk about the 2050 plan and all that. We need a 2025 plan for our public works department. Code enforcement as well. There's some issues in code enforcement that's kind of slow. Waste management is doing us a horrible job. I'm just going to put that out there. That's my opinion only. With all these limbs and stuff that's still out here on the ground and they out there for a long time, we need to do a better job in those aspects. So I'm just asking that, perhaps next year when budget season come around, the equipment that these people ask for, strongly consider purchasing this equipment that they can use to do a better job. I asked for years for a mosquito machine. We finally got it, but it was at a much higher cost because council kept waiting and certain individuals didn't think it was necessary. But now that we got it, we can utilize that, and we don't have to depend on the county when the mosquitoes are eating everybody up. The citizens can know that, we can take care of our own. So with that being said, I just want to, like I say, thank everybody for, coming out Saturday. We had
Mr. Loftus,
yes.
you had 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, well, let me tell you this real quick. We had 120.
Mr. Loftus, what did you tell me about the Kima mayor?
I just wanted to tell you that we had 120 tires
5
picked
seconds, go.
up. I said it. Goodbye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Any other persons online wishing to speak? Very good. We move to those that are here before us tonight. Mr. Robert Harvey. And I'm going to say this to you, Mr. Harvey, name and address for the record.
My name is Robert Harvey. I'm not giving
Absolutely. Proceed.
normally Coward Lowry gets up and leaves, and now I kind of understand why. It's because you're afraid of me. You say I made death threats against you, and you're in fear for your life. Okay. Well, as I said, I did a public records request. I got some of your emails here, and I'm going to read some of them. This one is to Dana Thomason from Joseph. He says, here's another death threat. I called the number back accidentally, and I checked and verified it. It's the same caller as the first death threat. This one is from the chief of police to you, Councilman Lowry. If you are at your residence this evening, I will have an officer drop by to conduct a security check on your residence. Typically, we perform these checks on a residence for citizens on vacation. I will authorize this check just to ensure you and your family are safe. These checks will be every few hours for 2 weeks. Isn't that sweet? You left your pacifier over there, by the way, Joseph. There's another one from Chief Aragon. We recently advised of additional cameras that are forthcoming via a grant. As for personal cameras for your residents, consider looking into installing Ring cameras. That's what the rest of us do, Joseph. Quit trying to charge the taxpayers for it. Here's one to Dana Thomason. This was the Galveston fire chief that Harvey Freebird attacked and has been stalking. He also sued them. Man, you got a hell of imagination. I never even knew who this fire chief was until he tried to run me over. Here's one to Chad Wagoner from Joseph. Here's some information about Harvey Freebird to pass to your police officers. Just want to give you the heads up on this guy. There's lots of info here. He doesn't want the police to know about them. And then he included some links of some misinformation that's posted on the internet. Here is a message Joseph Lowry sent me last week via WhatsApp. He said, go to Texas City. They won't let you speak without a state ID. He's snitching. And then he says, you want to hang up real crooked politicians? I'll help you. We should be a team. You got the wrong guy, man. I was just busting your balls in the beginning. Let's meet up. I'll buy you a beer or a coffee. You're real scared of me. You've been getting death threats, huh? I got his old lady in my DMs right here. Here we go. Man, you and Joseph have a lot of the same views on things. I know you don't like me because of him, but y'all legit think the same way. I have to admit, I was wrong in being so quick to judge you, and I'm sorry. You legit make me laugh, and I mean that in a good way. Like that sign said, Joseph Lowry sucks. That was funny. Most of the viewers don't know this, but after my public comment, I stood back there and held a sign that says Lowry sucks. Does this sound like people that think they've been receiving death threats from me and are afraid of me? You're a joke, man. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Mr. Robert Mistich. Welcome, Robert. Name and address for the record, please.
Robert Midstitch, 24 North Kirtland, Marque. Follow up on the ethics. I know it's on your executive agenda tonight, and I hope you come to a resolve on this thing. I know you've received at least one other supporting document. There were two more, and all occurring about the same night, on the same night. Anyway, if y'all can't find the fortitude to pursue this thing yourselves, then perhaps you might consider farming it out to another attorney firm to conduct an investigation, so to speak. And if you do, you need to do it on every single ethics complaint there is, and that's going to cost the city a lot of money. But I hope you can get it done tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. James Osteen. Welcome, James. Name and address for the record, please.
James Osteen, 2012, Jaredonna and Marque. There's an agenda item. It's an agenda item under new business 7.2, resolution R 2024-0054. I want to bring something to y'all's attention on this agreement that you may not be aware of. This agreement was in 2013. Cal, would you bring that up on a screen for me? I asked Cal to help out tonight and make it quick, make this quick. If y'all look on the left-hand side where it says ordinance 2024-0054, resolution item number 2, go down to where it says for your information 25 PIF submittal. You see it there? Y'all see it in your packet? What it is an agreement the city of Marque made with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. And the issue is, when that says submittal, that makes me think y'all going to use this document 2013, which I don't know if you are or not. If you do use it, it needs to be corrected because on page 2 through 7, it says at the top left-hand corner, City of Galveston SSO agreement.
What page, James? Do you,
It's 61 in the attachment.
in the
Can you help me
61
out on that,
packet?
Cal?
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, James, I'm sorry.
It's an agreement that was made in 2013, but when I read this, it says it's going to be part of the submittal that y'all going to submit if this resolution passes. But do y'all see where it says City of
Up at
Galveston?
the top, yeah, I see
Yeah,
what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You may want to correct them 5 or 6 pages. It's on the top left corner of each one. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if y'all going to use this document. It wasn't signed by the mayor or what's in the packet.
Right.
It wasn't signed by the mayor or a representative of the city of Marque, to be the city manager. So I don't have the signed copy. Yeah, the signed copy may be corrected already. I don't know,
Right,
but you may want to follow up on that.
right.
Okay, that's just to try to get the document straight if y'all going to utilize it.
Yes, sir. Understood. Thank you, James. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation. We move now to item 5. Council, we are reminded that this agenda tonight is very lengthy. And I would be my hope that we would move through this as efficiently as possible so that we can get to the weightier matters of the night, which would certainly be a discussion on our city manager and his evaluation. So item 5, public hearings, conduct public hearing to hear public input on. We are moving out of our special meeting at,
6:16.
and we are opening our public hearing at,
6:16.
without objection, Gus, I would certainly, oh, there's only one.
There's only
Very
one.
good. Well, I don't have to say that.
But I don't have an objection.
You don't have an objection? I didn't think that you would. 5.1, ordinance number letter O-2024-0021, amending section 4423 of the City of Lamarque Code of Ordinances. Is there any person online wishing to speak to item 5.1? Any persons online wishing to speak to item 5.1? Any persons here before me tonight wishing to speak to item 5.1? Any persons here before me tonight wishing to speak to item 5.1? Hearing none, we will close the public hearing at,
6:16.
and we will reopen our special meeting at 6:16. Item 6, old business, items presented to the council for discussion and possible action. 6.1, ordinance number letter O-2024-0021, amending section 4423 of the City of Lamarque Code of Ordinances. This is the second and the final reading. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 6.2, resolution number letter R-2024-0049, voting for the fiscal year 2025 Board of Directors for Galveston County Appraisal District. This item was tabled October 28th, 2024. I will entertain a motion, and that motion has to have a name attached.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move that we submit all our votes for Matt Doyle.
Matt Doyle, is there a second for Matt Doyle?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Matt Doyle it is. Item 7, new business. 7.1, ordinance number letter O-2024-0022, acknowledging and accepting updated information pertaining to the water conservation plan. In a minute or less, Caesar, did you want to present?
No, Mayor, this was the same item that came back. We had that correction needed to be made. Tonight is the first reading. We'll entertain any questions you may have.
Very good. Any questions for Mr. Garcia as it relates to 7.1? Hearing none, I will then entertain a motion. I'll entertain a motion.
Move to submit this water conservation plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item 7.2, resolution number letter R-2024-0054, approving an application to the Texas Water Development Board for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan in the amount of $11,240,000. Mr. Garcia, in a minute or less, would you like to clarify what former Councilmember Osteen brought to our attention tonight?
Yes, Mayor. The item in question was a contract that was, looks to be that was presented for execution back in 2013. I was just searching for the signed copy. I could not see it. I'll yield to possibly Care to see if we can help find that. But nonetheless, that document is backup documentation to support what we needed to do in order to get our pipelines where they needed to be and the scope of these projects as to what they needed to occur. This was brought back to the city back in 2013. I can only assume at this time that there would have been some issues, nor Shannon, nor even Rick, who was here formerly, nor Brett, none of us know what may have caused this, but we do know that there's certain issues that we've established now. Council has supported for us to inquire about a application for funding, which is what this is, us taking that next step to move that forward.
Very good. Any questions for Mr. Garcia? 7-2. Give us 5 minutes, Kyle. Go ahead, Joe.
There,
Thank you, Kyle.
a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Joe.
I need some clarification. I know Rick's not with us anymore, but there's I believe a discrepancy on the application itself. On the rating, this is the document, the project information form rating report
Yes, have a seat,
Um,
Shannon, that's okay.
on the let's see, I don't know what page this page looks like page eight on the computer, but it's the last page of the rating report. It says all projects, entity qualifies, sorry, as a disadvantaged community, and you answered no with 0 points on the rating. Yet further on in the application, you actually indicate that the use of the dollars will be yes for a disadvantaged community, and you specifically set forth 3 of the census tracts, and you actually list the income from the census tracts on that, on this submission. So which is it? If I've rated these things and done grants, that's an important item, disadvantaged community designations in terms of funding for these things. So I suggest somebody take a look at that. And then the second thing is that as to former council member Osting's point, that letter, when I looked at it, I also noted that discrepancy in city of Galveston. But I do know that from my, once again, past experience, there will be something in the record, Cesar, that Mr. City Manager, that will actually have the document that TCEQ sent to us with regard to the, at that time in 2013, with regard to the corrections that needed to be taken, which is what that letter set forth on that side.
Yes, sir.
That's, I think, it was interesting, the last page of that document, even though it says just City of Galveston on the heading, page headings, the last page does say City of Galveston once again on the headings, but it does say City of Lamarque in the body of the document on the signatories. So I think it's just they deal with so many cities, and it was Galveston County in general. I don't think it's because I don't believe that there is anything.
They might have meant that if they counted, you know.
That's what I also, but it has nothing to do with the items that required correction. So once again, the disadvantaged community rating, something that I would ask they clarify before submission.
Certainly, Mayor, we'll definitely, Mayor Pro Tem, we'll definitely look into that.
Very good. Any further discussion?
Is this more manhole and sewer project? Is what I was reading.
Yes, sir. It's.
Can we make sure somebody does a better job of making sure our manholes don't say Gateway, they say Gateway on them?
Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, I believe we're at the moment of entertaining a motion. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to proceed with submission.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Nothing personal. I just don't believe in acquiring or any debt without taxpayer approval. But in any event, if it passes, I will be a willing participant in making this work because that's what democracy calls for. Thank you, Council. Item 7.3, resolution number letter R-2024-0055, approving the submission of an application to the Texas Department of Agriculture, TDA, for the fiscal year 25 Community Development CDV grant Fund Program. Mr. Garcia, in a minute or less, did you want to present?
No, Mayor, we have Shannon here in case we have questions from the body. The idea is for us to continue to be aggressive to fix our infrastructure. This is another way of doing so.
Very good. Does this grant carry with it a potential match?
Yes, the city matches 15%.
And what is the total dollar figure?
So the maximum we're looking at to acquire $750,000. So you're looking up to 112,500 for donations. If you can give, you're able to give less than that, but if you do, it will reduce your competitive score on that.
And for those that are listening and following along without actually reading the material, what would these monies be used for?
It's used to impact low income residents and just to kind of improve the sewer systems and infrastructure. We're looking at actual specific projects on Ashley Drive and Westward Avenue for the stormwater system. So that's what we're looking to.
Very good. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Any further questions? I will entertain a motion.
To proceed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 7.4, resolution number letter R -2024-0056, accepting a grant award in the amount of $100,000 from the Office of the Governor Lone Star Grant Program. Mr. Garcia.
Yes, Mayor, we have applied for this match. We applied for a lot more, but we are excited that we did receive the $100,000. We are asking for your acceptance. This is a no match grant to go towards some police equipment.
Very
The
good.
ones that we brought to you before for your approval, we were funded and we'd like to move forward with those purchases.
Very good. Thank you for that. I'll entertain a motion.
So
Is
moved.
there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 7.5, resolution number letter R -2024-0057, amending resolution number letter R -2024-0050 to the Motor Vehicle Crime Prevention Authority for the SB 224 Catalytic Converter Grant Program to include required language.
Yes, Mayor, there was a language that needed to be added to this resolution. You approved us going after this item. There's one bullet point, one whereas that was missing that we needed to add in order to get that. It's the whereas grant program will assist jurisdiction to combat motor vehicle theft, motor vehicle burglary, and fraud-related motor vehicle crime. We're seeking your approval to once again sign this resolution to continue with this application.
Very good. I'll entertain a motion.
So
Is
moved.
there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 7.6, resolution number letter R -2024-0058, designating application for grant application submission and signatory for contractual documents pertaining to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency Environmental and Climate Justice Community Change Grants Program. Mr. Garcia, minute or less.
Yes, sir. This is the grant that we're applying for repair of roofs and ACs possibly. As you remember, Kyle brought back to our attention a few months ago when he did his facility assessment that we are in dire need of replacing several roofs within the city, as well as more than, I believe, 16 AC units throughout the city that need to be replaced. Obviously, we would want to attack this through grant funds if possible. This is a no match grant. We're seeking your approval. In addition to that, since it is tied to the EPA, it would be in terms of potentially also bringing solar. We know that that's been something that we've looked at possibly doing in the past. But possibly transition to some electric vehicles, EV charging stations, roof, sustainable HVAC. So obviously our ACs, also some inclusive EV stations charging throughout the city.
Very good.
This is a no match opportunity for us to pursue.
Music to our ears. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 7.7. Resolution number letter R -2024-0059, designating application for grant application submission and signatory for contractual documents pertaining to the Department Homeland Security FEMA Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program. Ms. Garcia.
Yes, Mayor, we applied for this one last year unsuccessfully. We'd like to once again apply. I see Chief Merriman is here. To talk about the submission itself, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This year, the AFG grant opened up early. Normally, it doesn't open up until January. This year, they opened it up and they're going to close it mid-December. This year, we're looking to apply for air packs. The new standard of air packs is coming out, and as you know, the NFPA says we can only have 2 standards out. So we're going to look to try to use some grant money to get air packs, radios, and bunker gear. Total, what we would be going for is about $700,000. It's a 5% match,
5%? Okay,
roughly 35,000 city contributions.
very good.
And this is just permission to apply.
Absolutely. I will entertain a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 7-8.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, sir. Grant award, Coca-Cola and Keep Texas Beautiful, accepting a no match grant award from Coca-Cola and Keep Texas Beautiful in the amount of $10,000. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 7, what is that, 9?
Yes, sir.
All right, 7-9. Texas General Land Office Grant Funding Opportunity. Authorizing the submission of an application to the Texas General Land Office for Disaster Recovery Reallocation Program. Mr. Garcia.
Yes, sir. We're currently funded through 3 different grants. There has been some funding that's been allocated. This is formally going to be called the DRIP. It stands for Disaster Recovery Reallocation Program. Stemming from all the storms going back to 2008 being Dolly, Ike, 2015 flood and storm, 2016 flood and storms, Harvey, the South Texas floods, and any disasters in 2019. These are some funding that was available. It's made available through the Texas General Land Office, through CDBG. We are applying for grants. We feel we have a very strong chance, since we know we've already have some shovel-ready projects with manholes and also some lift stations to apply for. And we seek your approval to go after these grant funds.
Their match,
There is match 10%.
Yeah,
10%. And what are we looking at? How much?
5 to 8 million.
And a 10% match, you said?
Yes, sir. So that would be 500 to 800,000.
I will entertain a motion.
Move to submit the
Is there a second?
grant.
Second.
Any discussion?
So the $500,000, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Ms. Yancey, keep talking. 5, thank you. Go
So
ahead,
the
Ms. Yancey.
match for $500,000, is that where would that come from?
We would need to find grant funds to match that, whether we take it out of reserves, we budget for it in whatever year it would come. It would come out of utilities, since these are utility-based projects. So you would take that out of our utility fund and or utility reserves and or additional grant funding that may be allowed to match federal grants. Those are several options we could do that.
Population would have more representatives than the smaller state.
Will we please mute that person? Thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So this grant, so that everyone else would know, would do what for us?
So right now, we know that we had in mind to do, I believe, 1,100 manholes.
Yes.
We do know that we don't have the funds necessary to do that. This would pick up with some of those projects that we know we didn't have enough funding for. This would also, we have up to 21 lift stations to do work on. We know with the current amount of funding that we're utilizing through the GLO, we don't have enough to do those either. We like to get as much of that work done as possible with the funds that are available. These are leftover funds in a very short time frame.
So what happens if we get awarded it and we don't have the 500,000, what happens?
Well, our match isn't due until the end of the project.
Okay, so that project will take how long?
At this point, we were funded in GLO GLO funds came through 2020, if I'm not mistaken. We're still in 2024. We're still working on those projects. So if I had to estimate, I'd say we're doing much better as far as efficiencies now. I'd say 2 to 3 years, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
These are funds that are available as specifically from leftover funds from the GLO.
The number of representatives would be determined.
Mhm. Okay,
You-
that's all.
Very good. Any further questions or comments? Mr. Garcia, I think it's a good thing that we would try to leverage our financial resources to solve problems for our constituency. I think that's always a good thing. I am concerned, however, that we have applied for a good number of grants with matches. And at some point, those matches will become due, along with employee costs that continue to rise. We continue to have to be competitive with our employees and provide for them as close to a living wage as possible, benefits to attract and retain them. We are looking at bringing to our community members a public safety building to vote on, along with other issues that we have in our community. And I'm concerned that we might over accept grant awards and ultimately, while we're trying to leverage federal dollars, we would in the process bankrupt ourselves of municipal dollars. May not happen that way, but I am concerned about that, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention and bring that to council's attention. Not going to beat a dead horse. We have a lot to do tonight. Any other comments or questions?
I have just one comment, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Let me get Mayor Pro Tem in, and Mr. Garcia, I will certainly allow you to respond.
Speaking to your concern, I don't share those concerns. Anytime I look at $500 million, as if I get $500,000, and I say to you, I've got a sure bet that I can turn that $500,000 that you're going to give to me into 5 million or 8 million,
Right.
then I'm guaranteed that, right, from the state of Texas or the feds, whatever. And we're going to see a lot more less dollars from the feds, by the way, on the infrastructure side. User allocated. So that's how I look at the grants. Now, having said that, I've also been very said on numerous occasions, it really has to do with financial planning. And that's the finance director, and that's our administrative staff, our city manager staff. That's where I still continue to feel that we have a weakness. You guys need to really show that we've got this plan. I understand that these obligations are due at the end of the project. That's historically what happens. But they also don't, and I've said this before, it's not just dollars. It's not just dollars. It has to do with volunteer time. And we're missing that. We're missing that criteria. We put the effort on Saturday. There were volunteer time associated with that. Ms. Marshall out there, myself and others have participated. So we can cover this, but we have to be smart about this.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. Caesar, Mr. Garcia, did you want to respond? Go ahead.
No, just one thing, back to Councilman Yancey's question. One thing I failed to say as a possible match is if funded through some of these other grants that we've applied for, that's the project, the loan money that we applied for in the 2 rounds. If those scopes fall in line with the same project, those could be used for matching funds as well. I failed to say that. I wanted to clarify that and add that point.
Very good.
Talking about the 11 million.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Any further discussion? Where we at, Ms. Nance? Do we need a motion?
There's a motion on the floor.
There's a motion and a second. Very good. If there's no further discussion, let's call for a vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Aye. Item 710, General Consulting Services, Attico Engineers LLC, approving a purchase order in the amount of $50,000 for general consulting services by Attico Engineers LLC, fiscal year 2025. Mr. Garcia, please clarify what this is so that we can be
This is the annual,
obligated.
this is the annual engineering not to exceed 50,000 for regular engineering services. That's outside any other project specific work.
Okay, very good. I will entertain a motion. Did you want a question first?
I'll move to accept.
Motion and then discuss.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I just have a clarification. It's a total of 50,000 period. And then, but to be accurate, there's other engineering work that you guys sometimes bid on other projects. That's apart and separate.
Yes.
Is that
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
accurate? Is
That would
okay?
all be separate. This is for regular day in, day out.
I want to make sure people understand that because sometimes
Correct.
people say, oh, look, they're getting 100,000, right? Well, they're bidding on other projects. This is work that they're doing for us in the city. So $50,000 is a fair amount.
Very good. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 711 Newman Road Sanitary Sewer Project, approving the design and construction of the sanitary sewer pipeline on Newman Road from Main Street to Strawn Road. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Garcia, you mentioned this to me in particular and on purpose as a response to council's direction.
Yes, sir.
Did you want to elaborate?
Absolutely, Mayor. As was brought from a resident complaint about sewer service in that area. We drew up the services of what the engineering would cost and a projected scope of what it would cost in totality. These funds do qualify to come out of the impact fees once we bring that back to you for a revision. So it would be no cost to the general fund. It would come out of it would come out of impact fees to do so once we amend that ordinance. If you remember, there's upwards of more than 50 lots in that area that could benefit, as well as some folks that are currently on septic that we could approach about possibly changing to sewer service, which I'm sure many would appreciate.
Yeah.
We have approached this idea in other forms of funding to cover this just in case, but we do know that we have that as an option as well.
Very good. Thank you. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. Let's call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
Quick question.
Mayor
No,
Pro Tem.
I'm not opposed. Just a quick question. If you would, I would also like to know how many other properties, this is in District B, but how many other properties in the city don't have city sewer service?
At least one. I can get you that information.
Yeah, so that we can also with planning understand those needs.
Thank you. Item 7, what is that? 712 traffic study. Considering a request for traffic study to be conducted on Delaney Road. Kyle, give us 5 minutes. We are now at the council portion of this meeting. And I believe this one is brought to us by Ms. Yancey. Ms. Yancey, you have the floor.
Yes, I know some of our constituents in the Delaney Cove area have requested a light, and I did get that information from you from Denho. You want to talk about that a little bit, about why he thinks we should wait?
Absolutely. You did make this request at the last councilwoman meeting. The request was made for 2 things. First, there was a possible light on Delaney and Hallam, which is the street that abuts the entrance into the Amazon. There would be a potential light there. That's what the study was done for back in 2022 with the results that was sent via email already. But at that time, we did not qualify yet for a traffic light to be placed there. So at that point, that was not done, and there has not been another test done since, like another study. However, we are working with TxDOT about potentially getting the traffic light on Texas Ave and Delaney Road up and functioning. We reached back out to them to see where they are on that status, because they are doing some work, extensive work throughout Texas Avenue that does call for the possibility of that being converted to a regular traffic light.
Okay.
One thing that has been alleviated, and speaking to some folks that live in the area, after speaking to new management at Amazon, there is a lot less transit that is affecting that. It's still obviously not optimal, but we have made sure that we've had some discussions there, and PD is also assisting.
And I saw where Denho basically said that he doesn't suggest doing a study again until the construction is completed.
Absolutely. It was recommended for us to not do a study again until after the construction at the entrance of Delaney and the feeder road is complete, because obviously that would alter what the actual numbers would be.
So, but I will be able to tell the constituents of Delaney Cove that we are looking at a light at Delaney and was that?
Yes,
Texas
yes, ma'am.
Ave?
Yes, and Attico is assisting us with that through TxDOT.
Okay, thank you
Yes,
very
ma'am.
much.
Let me drill down on that, man, because I want to make sure that we are clear on this. First, Mr. Garcia, I would like for you to bring back to Ms. Yancey and all the rest of us some cost estimates on a traffic study in that area, and I'll tell you why. Number one, the previous study was not done by us. Number two, the previous study was not commissioned by us. In fact, number three, the previous study was commissioned by and paid for by Amazon. And Amazon, just like any other American company, looks out for where you get it. So let's see if we can get an estimate from Ms. Yancey so she can go back to her constituents to let them know that we are looking at that. Now, we may have to, Ms. Yancey, wait till the construction is done to get a true picture, and that's okay. But we definitely want to get some numbers back so she can take them back to her constituents. Thank
Would
you.
that be done?
Did you want to jump in?
What's that?
When would that construction be done?
I have to check. I
I
want to
think
say
it's 2 years.
it's about a year and a half.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Mayor
I
Pro
want to
Tem?
say
Yes.
end of
I want to
June 27th.
also add on to your comments. This, you said that you've got some outreach with Amazon or the company that is the real estate portion of Amazon that actually is the owner of that area out there. During this presentation, which I remember vividly, there was also the promise and the commitment made that Amazon trucks would enter the property from the feeder road. And in fact, if you go back and look at council action, council also authorized Amazon to go ahead and submit or to have a turning lane on the feeder road as well. That was also something council approved. And so now we know Amazon trucks are coming in and out through Delaney, and they're not utilizing, I think that is called Holland Way, right? The street that goes out of the feeder road. And that's the promise that was made by this group at that time.
Very good. Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem, and you are exactly right on that. Mr. Garcia, do you believe we need a motion to direct you, or do you believe you have your marching orders?
No, sir, I have my marching orders.
Very good. Let's move past this.
I
I'm
think-
sorry, Ms. Yancey. Go
I
ahead.
think that the issue has been, there have been a lot of different changes over there in management, because these are all issues that we actually brought to them over a year and a half ago. But there were issues with management changing, and we literally just found out about another management change. And so we do have that information. And so we've given that to the staff so we can get that done. Hopefully there won't be another management change by the time we get with it.
Very
Okay.
good. Item 7, what is that? 13?
13.
Is that 13?
Yes. Mhm.
713, cell phone policy. Consider a policy regarding a cell phone usage during city excuse me, let me start over. Consider a policy regarding cell phone usage during city council meetings. This was brought to us by our friend from District D, Mr. Ross. 5 minutes, Kyle. Mr. Ross, you have the floor.
So I have been getting lots of complaints that people are not engaged in the actual meeting, that they're using their cell phones too much. I'm a victim of it. Constituents trying to talk to me during the meeting. And I think it would just be best if we set our cell phones to the side and we can talk to them after the meeting about what happened, instead of trying to engage with them during our meeting. It just extends what we're doing.
Very good.
Yes.
Did you want to?
I just have a point of clarification.
Go ahead.
What were you, are you saying that we're using the phone here during the meeting, or?
It's noticed on YouTube and such that people are texting and talking to their constituents while we're in the midst of a meeting and in a point, and we're not engaged in the meeting.
Okay.
We can talk to our constituents before, or we can talk to them afterward. We can just put our phones up. And I took the advice that I was given, and I just put my phone in my bag tonight after I made sure my daughter was home.
Yeah. And I'll just comment that for me, I could go either way on this one, right? I'm comfortable with either way. So I'll defer to the majority of you guys, whatever you want to do, and just going in that regard.
Okay, thank you for that.
I don't
Hold on, Mr. Lowry, let me ask Gus a question and I'll bring you in. Gus, the charter speaks to council being a judge of its members.
That's correct, Mayor.
Is this something that the council would be able to act on as a judge of its own members?
So when it speaks to being a judge, it's the election and qualifications of its own members. That's what the charter speaks to. But if council wants to set a policy or expectation of itself, council may do that.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Lowry, did you want to join in?
I'm just curious how we came to the conclusion that people were texting constituents during the meeting. Is that something?
I was called out by one of my constituents who I was texting, especially during the waste management stuff, that, hey, I shouldn't be doing this. And there have been lots of comments on various posts about, oh, look at the disrespect and cell phone use during the meetings. So I was like, okay, my cell phone in the bag. They want to get a hold of me, they can email me right now. Email them instead, or they can wait until after the meeting and I'll talk to them then.
Agreed.
Go ahead, Joe.
Want to just make one other comment. When I saw this as an item, did a brief research. I did identify some cities in Texas that actually have this as a policy for their conduct. One of them that I recall, because it was so thorough, was the city of Abilene. And so it's other cities.
It's
have done
common.
it.
It's common,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Any further comments? Mr. Ross, in order for this to be real, you would probably have to phrase this in a motion.
Make a motion that we conduct a cell phone policy and have cell phones put up during the meeting and only be used before and after meeting.
Very good. Motion's on the floor. Is there a second?
No, I have a point of discussion. I wasn't asked. I'm with Joe on this. I think that I would hope that we're all professional enough to control ourselves. As a mother and a grandmother, I do like to have my cell phone. However, if it's the majority of the council that we shouldn't, I too have had some of those same issues as well. But I can go either way.
So we need a second. We have every person on this council table. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for educating us. Every person on this council table has said that they have had people discuss, except for Mr. Lowry. I don't think he said that. Discuss things with them about this, about cell phone usage. I'll say that people have shared with me about cell phone usage of other council members. And so I've heard that as well. And so we just simply need, if we are serious about this, we need a second.
Are we referring to city cell phones or personal cell phones? I want to clarify that. as well.
All cell phones, it sounds like.
I got both of mine in my bag right
All cell phones. Give us 2 more minutes, Kyle. I will entertain a second.
Second.
There's a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 2 of y'all didn't vote.
I could go either way, doesn't matter.
We need a vote.
Did you vote?
I did. I voted strong.
Aye.
Aye. Mhm.
Oh, I said I'd go with the
Yeah,
majority, so.
Well, there's 3, so we still need 2 votes.
Aye.
That's 1.
Aye, that's fine.
There it is. All right. Item 714. I'll work. I'll work on that, my friend. I will work on that. All right, what is this, 14, Kiera?
Yes, sir.
Boy, you were really smart in school, weren't you? Naming policy, establishing a naming policy for city-owned facilities and properties. This is you, Madam Clerk.
Yes, so this item was brought actually because of item 15 that you guys are about to get into. About 2 years ago, 2022, 2023, late 22, early 23, we initially started working on a naming policy for city facilities, streets, trees, all of those things that we wanted to do honorary namings for. It got tabled back then, and with the discussion about naming some new facilities, I know the Parks Board has also had some requests about doing some naming as well. We felt it was a good time to bring it back just to get the pulse of the council to see if you would like to move forward as written, or if, you know, this is something you want to address now, later, where just kind of where everyone stood on it.
Very good. Let's take each council member to see what they would say about this before we proceed. Let's start on my left. Mr. Ross, do you have any comments on naming policy?
Like the way it's written.
Ms. Yancey?
It's the same one that we had before, or were there any changes to it?
Yes, so there have been some changes from the last time you saw it. Sorry, I'm scrolling. The naming facility, the committee to review the request has changed. Initially, it was going to be done by a committee made of 2 council members. I remember the last time you spoke, y'all felt like that needed to be changed to include more of the community. Therefore, we asked for a representative, preferably the chairperson or their designee of each board and commission, be assembled as a committee to do the review. There is going to be, after you guys establish the policy, there will be a second phase to this. It would come up in the schedule of fees revision to establish the cost associated with it. I remember the last time we had the conversation, it was determined that the person wanting, or the group wanting the change, would be financially responsible for making any designations, any plaques, or anything like that. So that is the only change that has been made from the last time you've seen it.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm a bit perplexed right now. This naming policy as drafted is, it could be streets, parks, or looking at, as I see it here, honorary streets, process, existing facilities, parks, trails, and features. But I don't think that addresses the next item on the agenda, which is a neighborhood. And isn't that what the purpose of that motion is? Designation of a neighborhood?
Well, when we get to it, I kind of.
Yeah.
Well, so the naming policy would not then, in my opinion, deal with it designation of any neighborhoods, because then we have parts of the city. We have the Highlands,
Right.
we have the Campus Heights. My dad, my uncle built those houses up there. We've got I think the builder he worked for, one of them was, there's that was a Camp Circle area. So there are parts of the city that already have names to them. So that's where I'm perplexed. How does this impact simply name a neighborhood? You know, like the
I don't think it does.
It does.
No, I don't think it does. It just talks about built facilities and streets.
And then as to this process here, it doesn't address the issue of costs head on.
I think that's the second part.
You know, I think that at least I didn't see it.
It
very
doesn't,
clearly.
just so, it was determined when you did the schedule of fees, I believe 2022 was the last time we did schedule of fees. It was recommended by council that all fees be addressed in the schedule of fees. So it would be brought at that time as a separate item, if that makes sense.
Well, I want to say that if you're going to have in my opinion, if you're going to have this sort of policy, there must be language in the policy that states that there is a fee associated, or there may be a fee associated with that.
Right, I agree. It needs to be included.
So that there's full disclosure to anybody once they're looking at this. And I don't know if this is appropriate, but I guess what I'm learning kind of too from our new ethics, and I said that before, I thought it was only applicable to taking complaints from other council members. I'm going to suggest that submission of requests for naming come from council persons, not from just parties here and there. Let the parties come to us if they're in a particular area, and then we work with them. It's part of the vetting process as well too.
That's right. I agree.
And that's something that's my thought there.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Lowry, did you have a comment?
I think it's, I go back and forth on it. I think it's going to open up a can of worms to just bring in a whole bunch new drama for people to argue about, and be prepared. That's just my thought.
Thank you. I think you should probably bring it to council, bring it back, allow council to review and make comments. And then once council reviews and makes comments, if there changes need to be made, you can bring that back with the changes to the council as a whole. Make sense? Okay. Did you need anything else from us on that one? Very good. Let's move forward. 715, District A, considering the renaming of certain areas of District A, including Bayou and Brown Street. This is Ms. Yancey, Kyle. Ms. Yancey, you have the floor.
So council, that is that area between Bayou Road and my district all the way to Brown Street, which is a historical area, but has never been named. There's not a name for that area. We also would like to include the residents of that area in the naming of it, wanting to do a survey to get named nominated for that area from the residents, and then a potential, vote through a survey on it, so that we can apply for historical grants and also be a part of the Emancipation Trail that will be coming through, and opportunities to monetize on that now that Juneteenth is a federal holiday. There were many things that were done in that area from Bayou Road to Brown Street. It's one of the oldest areas in Galveston County, but we have never fully established that. So I just wanted to bring that to council, that's something that we would like to do, because that area has not been named. From Bayou Road to Brown Street, which in the African American community of District A, that historic part, is that land is sacred land, but has never been properly named. And so we want to open it up to residents, and it will open up to the entire city. I don't have a problem opening up the entire city if that's what we want to do, to name that area, even if it's Heritage Park or something like that. We had started on that back in 22, which brought up the naming policy in the past, but we want to see what we can do to. Some people don't know that the original African American school was not in Texas City. It was in Lamarque, right across the street from Rising Star Cemetery. So what we would like to do is work with the owners now to bring some type of statue and recognition to some of our historical spaces and some of our sacred spaces. So that's what we would like to do for that area, from Bayou Road all the way to Brown Road on the District A side. And this was brought to us when I first ran for office, and we've been talking about it in our town hall meetings as well. So this is just the discussion of it.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for Ms. Yancey as it relates to item 715?
I would like to see a historic district in the city of Lamarque. I've talked about a museum for a while since I've been here. But as we look at not just District A, if you go down Cedar, the oldest house in the city of Lamarque is on Cedar Drive behind the Valero, right there at the corner of Highway 3. You've got where Buttermilk, where the actual train station was, on Oak Avenue. We have all those areas are just as important as Rising Star and everything. If we can create an actual historic district and not just be historic District A, but historic district.
District. Yeah,
And
that-
start a museum, get a group of citizens together that want a historical society in the city of Lamarck, and let's plow through that mile of red tape to actually get it done. That's what I would suggest. And that, I've looked into that. That is, dear Lord.
Very good.
Works for me.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Thank you for that for accepting that friendly amendment, Ms. Yancey. Mayor Pro
Mayor,
Tem.
thank you for, it seems to me that, once again, I don't have any problems with this, but I don't think this is right at this point.
Mhm.
I think that we have to, you guys especially, right, to come up with the plan.
Right.
We can take it from there.
Mhm.
So maybe there are areas, like I think of the Perseus Farms area as well.
Right.
On this District B, that's part of the old Lamarck too, on that side. Kind of like where Mr. Osteen lives in that area too.
Just trying to create a historical
Or just
district.
the.
We've got to create
And
the
it speaks
historical
to
society
the
first.
history of Lamarck.
Exactly.
And that,
We're negligent in that. So.
that is
That's fair.
difficult in the state of Texas to create a historical society in the city.
Yeah.
That is,
I'll
we-
work with you guys anyway.
Okay.
please.
And I want to bring this to the council because that has been asking me several different times about what is the historical part of, we're not teaching our kiddos about the amazing past of our city. And we want to make sure that we do that. So when I talked to the city manager about it and everything, no, you're good. When I talked to the city manager about it, wanting to bring some history to it. And so we just decided to bring it to you guys first.
Yeah.
So we can get some direction on it. So that's why, Joe, there's not a plan yet.
Okay.
We just want to let you know that we want to make sure everyone's involved in it if we decide to do it.
Sounds like, without objection, I can, request from, Kara that we put on our next agenda, some sort of framework for a historical district that would work with every historical area of our community, not just, the historical, Bayou to Brown Street in District A, but also, Perseus Farms, also the east side of town over on Oak and Highway 3.
Where's Perseus Farms?
It's over by Highland Bayou,
Okay.
back by
Okay.
Mayan
Out
Park.
toward Mayan Park.
Mayan
See, I don't know.
That area.
Perseus family is a very prominent family in our community.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I may, didn't the Perthews buy a lot of this land from Sam Houston for like 25 cents an acre back in the day?
That may be
So there's a
true.
lot
Yeah.
of Perthews history. And one of the cellars where the buttermilk was held for Buttermilk Junction is right here on Lake Road. So there's a lot of history in the community I think we should look into.
Yeah,
District C, District B, but look at it collectively, I think.
yeah. So you'll come back, Ms. Nance, with a historical district framework for a committee so that we can get to working on those.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you again, Ms. Yancey, for your acceptance of the friendly amendment. Thank you, Mr. Ross, for adding that to the discussion. 716, affidavit request. Considering a request to solicit an affidavit regarding Lowry News Network. This is also you, Ms. Yancey. Kyle, give us 5 minutes. Ms. Yancey, you have the floor.
At our previous meeting, Councilman Lowry said that he would provide that this is a group that he's not affiliated with, and we had requested that and we have not received it. And I was just wanting to know if we were going to receive that you are not affiliated with that news network.
Mr. Lowry? Did you have the floor?
I didn't say that I wasn't affiliated with it. And no, you will not be receiving anything from Lowry's News Network, period.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is that it, Ms. Yancey?
Well, we talked about it. He said that he would, now he's saying that he's not. I think it's important that, we have full transparency. In this moment, I think we have. So he's saying he's not going to deny or admit that he's a part of Lowry News Network that bears his name. So I don't have anything. I think that tells it all.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Yancey. Any other council members want to speak to item 716?
I remember hearing that you were gonna provide or submit an affidavit that you were not Michelle Smith. And that was, I haven't seen that. That was one of the first meetings that we talked about the Lowry News Network. That's the only thing I remember.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I was thinking that same thing. I didn't hear him at any time say he wasn't part of Lowry News. It wasn't just Michelle Smith. That was where it was, but I guess that's why we have a taped meeting that we can always go back and just look at that.
Yeah. I believe that discussion happened, the one that I'm remembering happened in executive session. And so I don't believe that was taped.
No, it was taped. I acted in this meeting.
So you're talking about the,
We had it
okay.
in here.
Okay.
And I asked for it one affidavit and he said he would bring it. It is taped.
okay, well, let's just do this. Let's, you asked, he said no. Did you want to get Ms. Nance to review the records?
Sure.
Okay, let's do that then, and then we'll go from there.
I mean, he's basically saying
I
he's
understand.
not gonna do it. So,
And he has that right to say that.
right.
He has that right to say that. We're clearing up a discrepancy based on what we all remember with those
With the review.
with the minutes. Yes, ma'am.
And I'm able to make whatever decision I would like on that. My decision is I'm not giving you anything, so.
Sure.
Which
Very
way you
good.
want.
Very good. 7.
I would,
Okay, we're gonna let you, here we go. We're gonna let you respond. And then I'm gonna move forward with the meeting. Go ahead, Ms. Yancey.
let me put this on the record. This particular news site has been very defamatory to this council and to the city of Marque. And I would hope that no one on our council is affiliated with that particular news network, which we were told that no one on this council was. But now we're being told that we're not going to receive any information. And I do have some concerns about that to this council. And I'll bring that up during the executive session part.
Very good.
And Mayor,
Let's move
if
forward.
I
We're
may,
moving,
Mayor,
we're moving forward.
one more
Mr.
thing.
Lowry, moving forward.
Okay.
We are, thank you, sir. We're moving forward. 717, council qualifications, reviewing council qualifications regarding the discharge of a felony conviction. Ms. Yancey, this is also you. Kyle, 5 minutes. Ms. Yancey, you have the floor.
Mr. Lowry, you shared with us that you are not a convicted felon, that your record was, well, you just said you were not a convicted felon, correct?
That's correct.
So there is, what I would like, council, is for us to talk about this so we can clear this up for our constituency. And I would like, if Mr. Lowry cannot provide the paperwork to show that he is not a felon, which we have never received, and I would hope that he would, since he's concerned about taxpayer money being spent, that he would provide those documents to show that he does not have a felony in Washington State or in Oregon, so that we can have something in writing so our constituents would feel comfortable. And I'm one of his constituents because I reside in District C, to know that we are not in violation of our charter.
Very good. Mr. Lowry, did you want to respond to Ms. Yancey?
I'd be more concerned with her bankruptcies and judgments.
Mr. Lowry, that's, we're not doing that tonight.
Uh,
Did you want to respond to her question about your criminal history?
I'm not a convicted felon. And shame on both of you for bringing this up. Shame on you, Yancey. Shame on you, Ross. Shame on you. Shame on you both. I've got a success story. something that very, 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 very limited people can survive and have survived. Yesterday was the death of my brother, who battled substance abuse. Shame on you both for bringing this up. Again, it's a political talking point and it's disgusting. I have a success story to tell. And I've shared that story with TJ Alds. And if you guys would like, you're more than welcome to go back and you can see it. Shame on you, Mr. Ross, and shame on you, Yancey. I've changed my life. I've moved forward. You both know that. Shame on you. Gus, you
I
know
gave a
what-
blanket second to.
Hold on
every-
just a minute.
Every
Hold-
item that was asked for a second.
Mr. Ross,
Period.
Mr. Ross, hold on a minute. I'm going to recognize you. Mr. Lowry, we have to recognize Mr. Ross. We have to recognize Mr. Ross, and then I'll let you respond again. Okay? Mr. Ross, go.
I gave a blanket second to every item that requested a second period. I did not take anything out. I put it all out there. And if anybody has anything to say about me that they want to take an ethics violation or any of that stuff, please bring it forward and I'll be happy to sit here and take it. But no shame. Somebody wanted the question asked, put it back on the agenda. And I'm going to keep doing it until I'm no longer here.
Except for residency.
Mr. Lowry, those outbursts, we're just gonna move forward. We're not going to even pay attention to them. Did you have something you want to add, Ms. Jansen?
Yes.
Was that your comment?
Now, my comment is, you know, I'm a perfectly legal candidate. Everybody on this dais knows that. It's a moot point. It's been brought to the district attorney. I'm not a felon. End of story. Period. And if you want to see and listen about a success story, go back to TJ Ald's video on I-45 when I was a candidate to run for District C. It's a success story.
While we all love a success story,
We're gonna wind this down and give us about another 2 or 3 minutes, and then we're gonna move forward. Ms. Yancey, go ahead.
while we all love a comeback story, and while we all believe in redemption, we are asking for proof. We are asking for proof. And that's what our constituency, they have asked for because of some of the behavior that we have seen, because of some of the entertainment, Alex Jones like, where people are lying for entertainment. Our constituency, we are concerned about your history. And I believe the people of the Marque deserve, so that you can sleep well, and I can too, to have some proof that it has been completely expunged from both states. That's all we're asking for. And I would request that we ask in subpoena records, we direct our attorney to get that, so that it's not about a person's word. We have something in writing that says that. And I don't understand, Mayor, why he won't say he's a part of Lowry News and what network. Now he won't provide that he's not a convicted felon. Just provide the documents and we can put this to rest. But when you're acting like a criminal, when you're saying things, and when you're doing defamatory and slandering people daily, that is not the behavior of a council person. That is not the behavior that I would think that we would accept. And so I think we all have to answer to the people we represent. And this is what has been requested. If that's what it is, provide the document so we can move on. I want to move on as well. And congratulations on your success story. I love a good story, an American story.
I don't have any documents to give you, nor do I have to
And
provide
finish-
any
finish your statement.
documents. You're more than welcome to contact the district attorney's office. It's been brought to his attention, and to refer to me as a criminal. I'm not the one that's taking bribes from developers. and
Mr. Lowry,
donations.
Mr. Lowry, you need to,
Well, hey,
Mr. Lowry,
don't-
we're gonna move forward.
It.
Mr. Lowry, you are out of order. That you are out of order. Again,
and there
we
it
need to
is.
move forward with business. And part of this, Mr. Lowry, whether you like it or not, is business.
No,
It is.
it's a political talking point.
Mr. Lowry, we're
period.
moving
That's all
forward.
it
Let's
is.
go. We're
Good
moving
idea.
forward.
Thank you,
City
sir.
managers, seven,
So is there
18.
any-
We're gonna, unless you all have a motion, you can you can make a motion to,
I would
uh,
like to make a motion to subpoena those records
to
have-
compel.
To compel,
Mhm.
to compel,
Or are you asking
I'm
to
asking
subpoena
that-
records?
to subpoena records.
Stop. Gus, can Ms. Yancey ask the council to vote to have records subpoenaed?
So right now, it's just reviewing the qualifications regarding the discharge of a felony conviction. It's not noticed for specific for that.
Understand that, but as a council member, could she do that? But we would have to do that on the next agenda, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay,
and-
I got you.
And hold on. It would, yeah, the next agenda.
Okay,
And that's only if we don't have the documents, if he can't provide the documents.
okay, so,
Nothing is, nothing is stopping an open records request.
So I can request I can
I-
request an open records request.
No, I mean, you can, but I'm saying that nothing's stopping somebody from requesting records from somebody else. Anyone from requesting.
you need to be very specific with that.
Right.
Yeah, you're vague on that, Gus, so we can move on.
I just wanted to clarify that if anybody does try to put in an open records request from the city of Lamarck, my response will be and continue to be that we are not the custodian of those records. Those records are not records of the city of Lamarck, and so we will not have them. And the Open Records Act does not require us to retrieve information from other people.
So is there no policy for vetting candidates? Isn't that a, you don't
Are you
vet?
asking me? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so my job in this process is not to we don't do background checks
Mhm.
for these things. That's not in my role, in my capacity. I have to take what is written at face value unless there's a sworn affidavit that comes along that says otherwise.
Mhm.
That is not my job to qualify to say if the information that is provided is valid or not. That is not my role in this process.
And Gus, how many times have you had this discussion with the district attorney's office?
What discussion?
About my eligibility to run for office?
I don't know. I mean,
You don't know how many times?
no, I mean. I
More
don't-
than 10, more than 20?
I don't know. I mean,
Let's,
your
let-
eligibility.
no, Mr. Lowry, you do not preside over this meeting, sir.
I asked him. a question.
I get it, but he's told you, he doesn't know.
He
So
doesn't
let's
know.
move on. We're gonna move on.
You don't-
Council,
don't you,
we're
you're
moving
trying to get
on.
an answer, right? bro?
Item 718, 718, cancellation of meeting, canceling regular city council meeting. Ms. Yancey, if you wanted to ask council to subpoena records, you can do that at the next meeting. 718, is that right, Kiera?
Yes.
Cancellation of meeting, canceling of regular city council meeting, December 23rd, 2024. Ms. Nance.
Yes, this is just a general housekeeping meeting. Historically, we've always canceled the second meeting in December because it always lands on Christmas week. This is actually 2 days before Christmas. City Hall is going to be closed both Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. I don't know if you guys had any other questions.
No other questions. Council, I will entertain a motion.
So
Is there a second?
second,
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 8, 8-1, item 8, city manager's report. All you have on your report is good of the order? All right, okay. Mr. Garcia, 8-1,
sir.
good of the order.
Carl, if you could just share the screen, we're gonna quickly go through this. You're sharing the screen. One thing that's not on there, please mark your calendars for Cedar Drive Community Watch. And the kickoff meeting is this Thursday at 6 p.m. at St. Michael's Episcopal Church. I always butcher that word. I apologize. Located at 1601 Lake Road. The area, the north is Cedar Drive, south is Magnolia Drive, east is Howell Avenue, and the west is Bowie Street. Please contact our PD to be part of that. It starts sharply at 6 p.m. On your Thursday, the 21st, 6 p.m. On the Saturday, the 23rd, we've got a couple events going on. We've got Doorstep Democracy, where we're still reaching out to different residents who may want us to come to their doorsteps. That starts at 10 a.m. Well, we will still looking by district to see who can come out and go and speak to their residents. If you would like for your council member to come out to your area, there is a way to sign up. You can either give us a call or click on the link available on the flyer to complete that request. That'll be starting at 10 a.m. on the 23rd, followed by 1 p.m. here at City Hall. We'll be having our town hall meeting. Again, 1109 B Bayou Road at town hall meeting starting at 1 p.m. Lastly, next item on the 23rd, we have one of our own. We have Officer Cagnon will be competing in the Battle of the Badges. Want to support him. He will be competing that same day on the 23rd, representing the city of Lamarque in that competition. As we approach Thanksgiving and the holiday season, we will be having holiday closures on the 28th and 29th. I'd like to remind everybody that our Christmas parade is also coming up on December 3rd. There's still a chance to sign up for floats. We are looking to make this the biggest and best one we've ever had. The theme this year is Winter Wonderland. We've already have a really long list of folks, but we always have room for more. Please scan the QR code or give us a call and contact us so we can give you more information. The December the 14th, we have two events coming up with a Wreaths Across America, as we do each year. That's located at the Lamarque Cemetery, 1709 South Oak. And last event we've got coming up, we've already got slated, is Pictures with Santa. We'll be also on that same day in partnership with Big Brothers Big Sister. This is part of Mayor Bell's Bridge to Potential program, which will be over at the library on Saturday the 14th from 11 to 2 as well. Also not mentioned because dates being finalized, it's an ongoing thing, it's Letters to Santa that our Parks Board is working on. We look forward to kicking off a very festive holiday season here in the city of Lamar.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Did you want to comment on that?
Mayor, on the first, I will not be participating in this. I've said this to city manager, I said this to, number one, wasn't kept in the loop. I missed it somehow, this council person thing. I have another commitment on that day. I'm invited to a citizenship swearing-in ceremony, which I attend every year.
Regularly.
This year will be at Abundant Life, and so I'm committed on that Saturday.
Very good, very good. Anyone else?
For the good order.
Mhm.
Is that what you mean? Who's first?
Hearing none. Huh?
I was going to executive session, then do good to the order.
No, this is his good of the order.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
right.
this is, if you have questions for his good of the order.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's all I have. Thank you.
there are no questions for the city manager's report. Then we are moving now to item 9, executive session. The city council for the city of Lamarque, Texas reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during this meeting to discuss any of the matters listed above as authorized by the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberations about real property, 551.073, deliberations about gifts and donations, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, deliberation about security devices, 551.087, economic development, and we are moving into executive session. I believe we have one that wants to be pulled out. And so we will be in executive session for items 9.1, section 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding potential litigation, Hoosier versus the city of Lamarque. 9.2, section 551.074, personnel matter to deliberate the appointment, employment and evaluation, assignment of duties and discipline or dismissal of a public officer. That would be the city manager. This is his normal evaluation. 9.4, I believe, section 551, unless you wanted yours to be heard out here as well, Mr. Lowry.
Yeah, mine's out here.
You want yours out here as well?
Mhm.
Okay, so we have two that we're going into executive session for. I didn't recess us yet, did we? Did I?
No, sir.
So let's, while we're here, let's take 10.3 and 10.4 since we're sitting here, and then we can retreat to the back for 10.1 and 10.2 without objection. That work? Very good. We are now at 10. Let me ask you this, Kiara, before we, or Gus, whoever I need to ask this. Do I need to move us into executive session? Even though it's going to be here, out here? I just moved to that item? Very good.
Just,
All right.
yes, if they want it out here, then we
Then-
would
then I-
just move
okay,
to
very
that.
good.
item.
Section 10.3, 10.3, section 551.074, personnel matter for the purpose of hearing a complaint or charge against an officer or employee, council member District A. Would that be you, Gus? Who made the complaint?
Oh. Hold on, just a minute, Mayor.
Okay.
The ethics complaints, Mayor, were made by, there's a complaint by Mr. Mitch Stitch, or former council member Mitch Stitch, against Councilwoman Yancey. That's the District A.
There's one, so for the District A one.
Yes, I'm going through who made the ones for District A, yes.
Okay, and you
yes,
said
Mayor.
Mr. Mischich,
Mr. Mitch
Okay.
Stitch, Kathy Heron, Keith,
Ms. Keith,
Ms. Keith, Lorinda Essery,
Mrs. Essery.
yes.
Okay.
And then there is one from Sarah Daugherty or Lowry.
Ms. Lowry.
And yes, Miss Essery, she sent one, but it was echoing the prior ones that she had made.
Okay.
Hold on, sorry.
Who is the, are you reading all of them or are you reading the primary complaint?
I'm just,
I mean, it has to, the complaint has to be, what is the complaint? We have now 4 persons. So
Okay.
what is the actual
sure.
complaint?
So speaking to Mr. Mitch Stitches, I have a copy of it for council's review. You want to take one, pass it down. And Mr. Mitch Stitches and Miss Keith's appear to relate to the same incident. Pass it down. Yeah, that's Kathy's.
Says on the rest there's 3. Says on. That is 13.
Yes, yes, and I'll get to that, but these appear, the 2 that I've sent y'all, that have been passed down appear to relate to the same event. So if y'all want to deal with those now and then do the other 2, or I can pass them all out.
We don't, again, I think we know what the complaint is. But nobody else knows what the complaint is, right? We need to have some way of sharing with our community what the complaint is before the discussion starts.
Sure, so I can read it.
Would you please?
Absolutely.
Ms. Nance, whoever would do that.
So Mr. Mitch Stitches is similar to what he has set up here. I'll just go ahead and read it. On March 19th, 2024, the Lamarck Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association held an open meeting at Highlands Baptist Church at 2908 Cedar Drive, Lamarck, Texas. This was an open meeting to include non-members, to which I, as a member in good standing, also brought my wife. I'm not a member of the LMCPAAA board. Councilwoman Yancey also attended the meeting, albeit late to the speaker's presentation. With the meeting concluding, the LMCPAAA president called for all members to gather for a group picture. This was a members only picture and did not include my wife or any other individuals not part of the Lamarck Citizens Police Alumni Association. It is at this point Kim Yancey wanted to be in the picture but was denied. This is when she went on a full, quote unquote, full frontal assault against the president and board, yelling racial discrimination. She was absolutely horrible in her actions and claims and out of control, claiming the whole organization was racist. Kim Yancey even began blabbering and calling by name Lamarck Police Officer Santos and shouting over and over that he murdered a young black man and how police were racist. The shouting and verbal assaults continued and then escalated when Kim Yancey started shouting and claiming how Lieutenant Atkins of the Texas Department of Public Safety was a racist. And the prior week's Crime Stoppers meeting presentation, March 13th, 2024, was racist. Lieutenant Atkins' presentation was focused on events and problems officers are facing trying to process illegal immigration at the border, and how so many from known terrorist countries and how so many from known terrorist counties, I believe that should be countries, dress in the same style clothing as Spanish and refuse to speak as an example of how they try to blend in. The presentation encompassed these and other examples of what our law enforcement must endure on border assignments. This is where Kim Yancey began shouting how racist Lieutenant Atkins was in his presentation. Kim Yancey was berserk with her ranting and raving against the officers in the Lamarck Citizens Police Alumni Association. No one could stop her. People simply began to leave because she would not stop. In an attempt to quell things down, I asked just how Atkins' descriptions were racist when the man was merely trying to explain the difficulties officers face at the border. She then went on verbal attacks towards me, claiming that we can tell over and over to somehow construe that her actions or persons of color would be able to tell who was who at the border. She then verbally assaulted by shouting that I was not a Christian if I did not believe Atkins and his presentations was racist. Over and over, Kim Yancey shouted this at me and would step right up to me in my face as if trying to provoke a fight and argument. She would not stop. It is at this juncture my wife could not stand it anymore and left the room and sat in our vehicle. My wife told me that she wanted to leave before Kim Yancey would provoke her into doing something she might regret. My wife was visibly shaken and distraught over the actions and blatant display of hatred and aggression towards Councilwoman, or an aggression that Councilwoman Kim Yancey displayed towards myself and others. Then Kim Yancey started stating to me to prove I was a Christian, with my only guess as to give a hug, and that was out of the question. She clearly demonstrated signs of bipolar. All who were still there were simply in shock and dismayed at Kim Yancey's actions. I did not give nor attempt to give a hug to this councilwoman for fear she would make some other false accusation on me. I will pray for her. Kim Yancey's display of hatred, racism, assaults, and provocations are unacceptable. She not only made the attacks and assaults against our officers, but she made these attacks against the entire organization whose purpose is to support them and build them up. She made these attacks and assaults in an open meeting of the the Lamarck Citizens Police Alumni Association that included non-members, of which my wife was one. A note, the Lamarck Citizens Police Alumni Association is a 501 charity organization that follows the state of Texas Charter for Citizen Police Academies and is independent of any municipality they support. And then this is to y'all, he is saying. He demands action against Councilwoman Kim Yancey. In my opinion, she does not deserve to ever be a part of nor step foot into the Lamarck Citizens Police Alumni Association meeting or event. She's clearly not a supporter of law enforcement. He demands censure of Councilwoman Yancey by the Lamarck City Council. Further demands a public written apology to himself and to all Lamarck Citizens Police and Alumni Association board and members, to Officer Santos DPS Lieutenant Atkins to all officers and to himself and his wife. Outside of official city business, he wants nothing to do with Councilwoman Yancey outside of official city business.
Thank you, Gus. That is the complaint. And now we will have time for a response from Ms. Yancey. Ms. Yancey, you have the floor.
Chief, can I ask Chief, he was there.
Before you do that, let me look at Gus to see if this is a area we want to go down. Gus, how do you feel about that?
If council wants to hear from somebody who was there, council is free to do that. I defer to council on that. And the only thing I would say is that, just to follow up, Ms. Keith's complaint is from that same night,
Right,
same event.
right.
So
Yep.
similar in nature.
Very different though. Very different.
Yeah.
Council, without objection, unless there's an objection, we're gonna call Chief Randall Argonne.
Mayor, if I may,
You have an objection?
yeah, I think we could read the second part of this from Miss Keith. If you would, Gus, so people can have an understanding of both of them.
We will bring that back in if you want to hear it. Let's do, this is Ms. Yancey's time to respond. Let's get Mr. Argonne here, and then if you want to bring that back in, Mr. Lowry, we'll let you bring that back in. And then we're gonna start timing this after those two things so that we can bring this to the barn. Mr. Garcia, Ms. Yancey has just asked Chief Argonne, who is your employee, not ours, to come and answer questions about the event that night. If you don't want him to, then you can certainly direct him to move. And then we'll just not talk to him.
No,
You-
certainly, Mayor.
you good?
I was in the restroom. I apologize for
Yeah.
sitting here, so,
Well,
Chief? All right, there you go.
Ms. Yancey.
So one of the reasons why I think it's important that we bring this forward so that the public can see the pattern that is happening to certain members of council, especially for those residents that may not have the time, because we do have jobs, to look at the viciousness that is happening on Lowry News Network and other sites, and the pattern and the lies. I have been a proud member of the Marque Alumni Association since 2018. Learned a lot. I was in there from I think our number was 9, class 9. And so that night when I went there, I've always taken pictures with them. Being a part of Keep Lamar Beautiful, never had an issue until this new group of officers got to be over the Lamarck Citizens Police Academy. So when I was there, and one of his allegations is that I wasn't paying attention, but I was a part of the Q&A and asked questions. So that was the first lie. I was on a campaigning that night, so I was several places that night. But I want the council to look at some of the things that were done. When I was there and I got up to take the picture, because I had my shirt on, which I've always done, and she said, "Oh, you can't take the picture." So I sat down, didn't say anything. And then I said, "Well, let me pay my $12 so that, I could be a part," since that was the first time I've ever been told I couldn't be a part of and as a sitting councilwoman, it was kind of weird that they didn't want me to take the picture, but nevertheless. And then she refused to take my $12. And what she said was, because you protested against a cop, you led a march against a cop. That was what was said. Not about membership, not about your membership lapse, not about anything of that accord. It was because she said she made that executive decision. And I explained to her, "Kathy, you can't do that. You have to have minutes. You have to have people that you have to let me know." She's also said in her complaint, counsel, that she sent me 2 letters and that they came back returned to center. I don't have those letters. And if she really wanted me to have them, this would have been a perfect place to have them delivered. he also said that I yelled across the room. Chief, did you hear me yell across the room that night?
I don't know whether it was yelling. You were probably 10 or 12 feet from them. They were at the board. You were speaking loud enough for them to hear it, and they were speaking loud enough for you to hear it because it was quite a distance. But I heard a lot of it, but not all of it, because the meeting was over, actually.
It was over.
It had adjourned, and I was at the back door, and the room is about as big as this, if not
Right.
bigger. And, I did hear, I started hearing on, and I didn't know really what was going on. You were in the far side, the right side, and Laura was at I think the black.
Laura was cleaning up.
It was Laura, Kathy, and Barbara Cook.
Mhm.
And all I do remember, you were trying to give your dues, and they, words were mentioned, and it was like across the room when I got over there, and, you haven't been a member for several years. They did bring up about the protest, and because of that, and you were surprised.
I was very surprised.
And that was mentioned. You wanted to know why, and they said they voted on it in the past, and you wanted a copy of that. I heard that. And, I did hear from Kathy Heron that they did send you letters.
I've never received it.
At that point, I didn't hear, I
Right.
heard that later, but I briefed the city manager on most of what I've said.
Right.
So really, and
Did
my
I
ta-
say anything about the NAACP, Black Lives Matter,
I don't,
news stations on your asses? That's what they said I said. I didn't say any of that.
I didn't hear any of that.
Right.
Because I think there was a lot of talking going on when I was getting ready to leave the building.
Mhm.
But, the only thing, and I mentioned to the city manager because we chatted about it, and, you were surprised. I was surprised too.
I was hurt.
But the thing is, maybe my takeaway from the meeting was it probably, if they had a feeling of what they didn't want you to be a member, it could have been done in private. That's what I said. And I think we wouldn't be here now because
But the fact that they're trying to censor me, that this is the pattern. I want our constituents to see. There is a pattern to paint an angry Black narrative, female narrative, that I was ranting and raving and yelling across the room and say, I don't have to call the NAACP. I'm on the state conference for it.
I didn't hear that.
I didn't say because I didn't say it.
Right.
But this whole thing is this small group of people that are trying to divide our people and that's why I'm going to call their names. Robert Mitchell is a part of that group trying to, just like with Coffee with a Cop. Well, all I did was show up. And then it got misconstrued that I dined and dashed. That's an outright lie. Did I dine and dash at Coffee at the Cop?
Did you what now?
Let's keep it, Ms.
Dine and
Jansen.
dash.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to show, Mayor, with
No,
all
you
due
can
respect,
say that, but to
is
ask
a-
him about
is-
that is what we're gonna stop.
is a pattern of lies.
Yes, ma'am.
It's
Proceed.
just like Sandy Hook's Alex Jones and the patterns of lies that were done for entertainment purposes. For entertainment purposes. So I didn't say that. You didn't hear me say that. Barbara Cook never talked to me about my membership that night. She was a little stunned too, because basically they were basically saying you can't be a member, which is totally goes against their 501c3 because I participated and led a march. You can't tell a person that there's nothing in their bylaws that says that. And I've been in there, maybe I've been in there longer than Kathy. I don't know, but I'm really concerned about our relationship with them. Really concerned that they would construe these lies against me. So that's why I wanted to bring it out in the open to let our constituents know what we are dealing with. And we have to put a stop to it. Barbara told her the procedure requesting in writing to meet with the board. I've never been invited to meet with the board to get my membership reinstated. How can you get it reinstated if you don't even have due process? There's been no due process. We asked them to come here today to be able to speak to us. They didn't want to speak in person. They thought their email was enough, but I believe if you feel that strong enough, you ought to be able to stand your ground and say what you need to say, but because they know this is not true. Then she said, I went insane screaming. Did you hear me going insane screaming, Chief, that night? They said I went insane. I was screaming. Did you hear me
No.
screaming?
I heard, there was loud talking on both sides.
Oh, but
Because
did you hear me
did you-
screaming?
I don't.
Because I wasn't
I didn't-
screaming.
I wouldn't say screaming.
No,
I just know there was some distance from you and you was some, you had to speak loud.
But then I came closer to her to tell her, you have to put that in writing. And then let the record reflect. When I tried to pay my dues again, they still refused. I still don't have a reason why.
That was later, at a later.
Yes, later. This happened in March. I gave them 4 or 5 months to correct it. Just because you can't, if you set a precedence that people cannot be a part of the Alumni Association because they participate in a march, then you have effectively violated their First Amendment rights. And what you have also done is made it so that there were a lot of people in District 8 that marched that march in 2020. So basically they can't be members.
Mhm.
But then you waive and allow a convicted felon to come into membership. That's a problem.
Keep it on
But
this. Ms.
my
Yancey.
point is this,
got you. I
this is
understand.
not a good look for the city of Lamarck. And this is not what happened that night. And so to first of all, to say I can't be a member because I participated in the march, then also say I can't be, then you don't provide remedy to become a member. Because I still don't know what the remedy is. Do I have to do the class all over again? What does that mean? And no one, and they have never in the history of Lamarck Alumni Association denied membership. And again, I have not been notified. So to this council, that is not true. This is not true, but it shows a pattern of lies to discredit this District A councilwoman. And I stand on that, and they're not here. And they didn't think they should be here, but this is an outright lie from Robert Mischik. I did mention to him about my concerns about Mr. Atkins because he said in that meeting, at the Crime Stoppers meeting, that when you put the same T-shirt on a Pakistani and a Mexican, they all look alike. And I thought that was quite offensive when they were talking about the border. And we were in that meeting, and I told Robert that night that I was really concerned about the pattern and the things that we're doing and saying. And I'm not going, if you're going to treat me like that, then you will treat anybody else like that. And so there are some things that I am concerned with, and I'm just not going to lay down and let people talk like that. There was a very prejudicial statement to make about people from South Asia. So in that remark, I did talk to Robert about that. I said, Robert, we've got to do better. You can't tell people they can't be a part of an organization because they protested in a march. They never talked about membership. What she did say was that Abby Cash had said that I couldn't be a member and that she ever tried to pay her dues not to take it. I've talked to Abby. Abby's never said that to me. So there was a lot of he say, she say, but all of this ranting and NAACP and calling people racist. No, I was trying to get to a professional point to say, if you're going to deny membership, you have to do it in a professional way. You can't say because you protest in the march, because then you've negated a third of my district. So I'm standing here for District A that marched in that march to let them know that they should be a part of the Lamarck Alumni Association. They should not have anybody tell them, we saw you and you can't be a part of that.
Mhm.
But as far as the ranting and the raving, that is not true, council.
So you are denying these
Yes.
charges? Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Mr. Lowry, did you want to read?
No, I'll let Gus.
Well, no. You need to read it, Mr. Lowry. Because all he did was read the initial complaint. If you want to add more, you can read it.
Well, I have some questions here. Basically, just to make it quick, the second complaint.
Hold on just a minute, Mr. Lowry. Let me establish. Are you going to read it?
No.
You're not going to read it? Okay. Give us 5 minutes, Kyle. And then we're going to bring this horse to the barn. Proceed, Mr. Lowry.
So to make it simple, the second complaint affirms the first one. And there was also 2 other ones that were turned in, and I'm not sure what happened to those. But there was 2 more members that turned in complaints. So there was a total of 4 affirming the same exact things that happened here. And I want to bring up Miss Yancey said that she was a member since 2018, but yet she never paid her dues. So if you're a member, how are you a member if you didn't pay your dues? All of the statements, all four of them that were written, nobody said anything about it being about a march. Not one of them, not one person. And to bring up the dues being paid, actually, the city cut a check for the dues, not Miss Yancey. The city was trying to cut a check for the dues.
The second time, yes.
Let him finish, Ms. Yancey.
The city was cutting a check for the dues. But what I don't understand too, why there was multiple letters mailed to you and you guys wouldn't sign for the letters. So that, I mean, you put yourself in a predicament. And honestly, in the 10 years that I've been here, the statements that are in these, I've heard, I'm going to call the NAACP, things like that. These are regurgitated things that it's all stuff that's been said in the past. I can say that I've heard these things from you. But nobody said, you know, the vice president, the president, former president, nobody said that these things were, it's all in what Robert said. Everything backed it up. So we're missing 2 complaints. Don't know what happened to them, but they affirmed the original complaint. But I think that council needs to you know, and even the attacks on the officers, I've heard those. To this day, I hear them, you know, the same thing from Miss Yancey about our officer that followed the law. There's no charges filed on that officer, and it still gets under my skin. The same statements about him being a murderer and stuff. It irritates me.
All right.
It is part of this.
And
It is
all
part of this.
I understand. All I would say is that there's active litigation involving this issue.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm going to say.
Let's
Understood.
refrain from the Santos issue, Mr. Lowry.
The accusations, everything in here I've heard before. So for 4 people to say that they heard it again, it's not far off. It's believable. And I think
Not
that
true.
Hold on, Ms. Yancey.
and I think that we need to follow Mr. Mitch's suggestion with censor. And if we're gonna as council, every time there's an ethics complaint, we're gonna cross-examine people, then every council member that has an ethics complaint needs the same opportunity to demand people, which I think is highly inappropriate, extremely inappropriate to call citizens, employees. You know, if there's a complaint, you know, I think that calling our chief up here was extremely inappropriate. But you wanted the story. You got it from 2 of the 4 people. I don't know what happened to the other 2, but you got it from 2 of the 4 people that was identical. So it just, there's kind of a,
Mr. Lau.
there's
Hold on
kind
just
of
a
a, in my opinion, there's kind of a double standard up here of how things are done and who we attack and who we go after. And I think it needs to be held to the same standard.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
I do have a question.
We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Are you done?
Yes, sir.
We have 3 other council people that's been listening to this for about 30 minutes. And perhaps they might want to add. So we'll start with Mr. Ross. And
I
then
would-
we'll move to Mayor Pro Tem.
All I ask for is a copy of the receipts for the mailed letters. That is evidence that the letters were mailed. I can say I mailed something, but without producing that evidence in a court of law, nothing would happen. Especially if it's registered mail, because even if it comes back, you have a documented receipt for it. That's all I'm asking
Yeah.
for is something that I can tangibly look at. That is a registered letter, and if they've got it back, all they have to do is scan it and send it.
Go ahead, Kyle, 2 more minutes. We proceed, Mr.
And
Ross.
then the chief, as it was discussed when we talked about our ethics ordinance, what your definition of harassment is and what somebody else's definition of harassment is may be 2 different things. So what somebody believes was and I'll quote, full frontal assault was not iterated by the police chief as being a full frontal assault. I have to believe that the differences of opinion may have swayed somebody's objection to what they saw and what they wanted to write. And that's part of being human. And I also agree that the First Amendment is extremely important in the United States. Whether you like what somebody has to say or not, doesn't matter. You can't stop them from doing something because you don't believe in what they say. It just tells you who you shouldn't be around if you don't like what they're saying. And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Mayor Pro Tem.
I've previously, the first time this came up after this new ethics, set forth my standards. They're
On the
they're
dais.
On the dais here, and they're not there.
Doesn't meet standard. You done?
That's all.
Well, let's see. Ms. Yancey, you wanted to respond, but I'm also a council member. And so let me get my 2 cents in. First and foremost, the chair will recognize whomsoever the chair chooses to recognize. If that's the police chief, if it's legal, and the chair believes it'll be beneficial to our process of deliberation, then the chair will continue to recognize so long as it is legal. Number 2, the other issue is, and I saw it in here. Oh, I done dinged myself, but I'm gonna keep going. I saw it in here, and I wanted to respond to it very clearly, quickly, if I can. There's something to the effect of, furthermore, I'm not going to even say who wrote it. Furthermore, in the manner that Mayor Bell has been conducting the meetings and allowing only one statement with no follow-up or secondary responses to other remarks, not conducive for the true discussion and discovery. Trying to control the narrative and silencing folks is unethical in itself. The response to that would be, I am the presider, and when I am interrupted, when our meeting is disrupted, and when it tends to move out of order, I will cut off comments because my number one role is to maintain the order of this meeting. And so if that means cutting people off, if we are out of hand, then that's what that means, because I don't side with Ms. Yancey or Mr. Ross or Mayor Pro Tem or Mr. Lowry. I side with trying to get us through a meeting. By the way, it's 8:02. We started this at 7:30. Keep that in mind. Third thing, ethics complaints. There have been a lot of ethics complaints that we have not taken action on. And Mr. Lowry, a lot of them have been directed toward you, and we have not taken action on them. Most of them have been directed toward you, and we have not taken action on them. And so we have been, in my opinion, this council has been fair in how we've tried to go about our business. So let's keep those 3 things in mind. I am done. Ms. Yancey, you have 15 seconds to respond to whatever it is you want to respond to, and then we have to move on.
If the protest was not why because he's saying that that's not what they said. That is what they said. And that is what they are continuing to use to not take my membership. I did go for membership again, and it was not accepted. And I still have not been told why. I do not think that it's wise for this council to censor me based on something that is still continuing to happen. And I think I will show a
You have
pattern.
5 seconds, Ms.
A
Yancey.
pattern of trying to show the stereotypical angry Black woman when we question.
I will entertain a motion if there is one to be entertained. We're out in executive session, so, I mean, we're out in the public, in the open session.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I say that again? I will entertain a motion if there's one to be entertained.
I'd entertain a motion to censure Yancey and follow the complainants, suggestions, and the apologies to the officers that was involved. or the attacks were against, as well as the CPA members.
There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Mr. Lowry, your motion has died for lack of a second. I will entertain a motion.
Move to the next, motion to move to the next complaint.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next complaint is, let me read us in.
Got a second to that one. I thought there was one from this.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. We're still on A. I'm so sorry. Thank you for that, Mr. Ross. So,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Knable,
I believe it's been passed down to y'all.
can you
I can-
read the initial complaint or the main complaint so that we can start discussion? Ladies and gentlemen, it's 8:05. Remember that, 8:05.
Sir.
We did an hour and a half worth of tremendous work, and here we are.
The random ones.
We're not, no, we're doing the second one from the same event, correct? Is that what you?
No.
You're
No, he's
okay,
talking about
sorry.
Miss Essery.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hate to have you be the reader, Gus, but we need you to
Sit down.
read the official complaint so that everybody at home knows what we're talking about.
Oh, of course, Mayor. So, I just make sure that I have it. So, this is, a follow-up from a prior ethics complaint. So, on September 25th, 2024, Kimberly Yancey showed up to my home uninvited, and while I had posted no trespassing or soliciting signs, I have never given her my address or even spoken to her. I knew nothing good would come from me opening my door, so I chose not to. She continued to knock and then left something on my car windshield. I then noticed she left my house and went straight to my neighbor's house. She was speaking to my neighbor while looking and pointing at my house. It was obvious she was speaking about me to a neighbor whom I have never met. After she finally left him alone, I went and asked what she wanted and what she was saying. He said she was asking questions about me and asking what kind of neighbor am I. She told him who she was and that I asked her to come over because I needed her help, which that is a complete lie. I called a few friends, which they could tell how upset I was, and they suggested for me to call the police, that this behavior of hers is very disturbing, which I did call the police. The officer agreed that I should not have opened the door and do not if she comes back. He suggested I have her trespassed from my property. Instead of sending the police to her house, I decided to notify her myself, which that is what I did. I sent every one of you the trespass notice she received. I assumed this was all over with, but it is not. She has been back on my street speaking to my neighbors. I am sure she will use the excuse that she is just doing her civic duties, but she is speaking to them about me. She has driven down my street at least 5 times that I've seen in the past month. This is harassment. A friend referred me to an attorney. I don't want to sue my city, but if something isn't done about her, I will have no choice. I have ring camera footage of all of this, plus video and audio proof from my neighbors of what she has asked them and has said to them. I will be at the 11/18/2024, November 18, 2024 council meeting. I will be putting these ethics complaints on record and will speak at the meeting. I would also like to add that she is still not responding to constituents' emails regarding issues in her district. And then all electives, and then a quote, all elective city council members are expected to respond to emails from constituents. Not responding to emails can be seen as a lack of diligence and a lack of confidence in how the council member is doing their job. So I would say all the ethics complaints against her and everything I've outlined in my 3 complaints, she isn't doing her job at all. Hope to hear back soon. So.
Then
And then if the other two y'all have discussed, I can read them if you like.
We've already discussed those, but we already had no action on those too. So those are just reiterated, but the one you just read is her new one.
That's correct.
You done, Gus?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, Ms. Yancey, did you want to
Sure.
respond?
Ms. Esseray said that she could not get in touch with me and that she had called me and she had emailed me, though I have no record of that. And so I looked her up, found out she lives right down the street from me. I stopped, knocked on her door. There were big dogs. I was probably out of there 10 seconds. And then I went, because I don't play with big dogs, and they were barking. And so I got my card, put my councilwoman card and said, please let me know your concern. And I put it on her window. And so again, this goes back to that pattern of we're not neighbors, we can't talk, people that I guess exist in virtual reality. I don't. I believe that I can go to see about our neighbors because I'm a servant. Everyone knows that I'm a Baptist preacher. We have no problem going door to door. I have no problem going door to door because she said she couldn't reach me. Didn't know that she would take that to say I was harassing her. So I was really surprised by that. So I went across the street because there was another complaint about a person operating a garage. So I got a kind of a 2-for-1. Talked to that neighbor, found out there is a garage happening there. And I asked him, did he know her, that I'm trying to get in touch with her because she was trying to get in touch with me. And that's the gist of it. She lives on Westward. I've gone down Westward on the way to work every morning. So I've gone past her house every day. That's a thorough street. I'm not harassing her. I have not been back to her house because I was quite surprised that she felt threatened by a woman she had never met. But then, counsel, I mentioned her name to our youth pastor and found out that she was one of the people that we had blocked from our church Facebook page because of her negative comments. So she has a history, which I didn't know at the time, but she has a history of coming on our church website. And these are people that are affiliated with Lowry News Network and affiliated with Councilman Lowry, I guess. And they have been coming after on our church website. They've been coming on my personal site, and I've had to block them. Now, if I had known prior that she was one of those, I might not have gone knock on her door as a councilman trying to do my job, since she said I was not doing it. And everyone knows I do my best, but I have not received to this day any emails from her other than the complaints. But I do have her blocked from our church website because of some comments that she's made. But again, this is the pattern that they're trying to, I guess, the big black, scary black woman knocking on your door. She said she couldn't reach me. I went to the house to be of service to her, and I've never gone back. So as far as her going, saying I'm going back to talk to neighbors, I have not gone back to that area to talk to neighbors. What else did she say? And if you really were wanting my help, why would you call the cops on me? I'm confused. So now, if I receive something, Cesar, haven't I been sending it straight to you? Because I think there was another setup. And what I'm trying to show the public is that these are situations that are setups. People should not be afraid to go and support. People should not be afraid to go and support the city for fear that they will be set up like I was for Coffee on the Cop. Like I was when I went to knock on the door to say, how can I help you, since you said you can't get in touch with me for whatever reason. And there is a pattern, and that's why for the first time, because there wasn't a funeral or anything going on, I did not make Fall Sweet. Because Joe, in all honesty, I was afraid something might happen. Or something might be turned around and say I said something or did something wrong, because people have proven to me that they will lie. in order to discredit. But I'm still gonna do my job as a District 8 representative and not let these few, because it is a few, it's not the majority, win. Because they are basically trying to create a sort of pattern of, why would you be afraid of me if you said you can't reach me? Why wouldn't you not open your door? If you said you really want to see the councilwoman, to see what everyone knows I do my best to serve. That's why crime is down 25% in my district. That's why we have businesses here. That's why we're all American city. Because I was part of the team that said when you have negativity, then you sometimes have to get people on the outside to validate who you are. So I was one of those persons that instructed, gave some ideas to our city manager to do some things that make Lamarque shine. Because some people were trying to just focus on the negative, and that's not who I am. I've always been a team player and one that really wanted to be positive and to make a difference. But because of this pattern of emotional abuse, and that's basically what it is, it's a pattern of lies and emotional abuse, to the point that you're getting followed, you're getting stalked, and your job is getting called from this small group of people. And unfortunately, this lady is a part of that small group. And that's why I believe she responded, counsel, the way she did.
You done, Ms. Jansen?
I think so.
Let's bring Mr. Ross in if there are any comments Mr. Ross like to make.
When I read the first complaint, she said that she wanted Ms. Yancey to come over, or she was trying to reach out. And I've done the same thing. I've gone up to people's houses. When I find out somebody says they want to talk to me, or I've reached out to them to try to figure out what the best way to get a hold of them. And I would be guilty of the same thing, knocking on the door and leaving a business card. I mean, I can't see anything in that.
Yeah. You done, Mr. Ross? You done?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
It's again, doesn't meet my standards.
Very good.
Yeah, I got something to say.
Yeah.
Of course. When was she blocked from your church Facebook or website, Miss Yancey?
I don't know. I have to ask our Minister Baptiste, probably about maybe a month and a half ago, but I would have to ask him. But she's blocked. There's a number of you that are blocked.
After the complaint was filed?
No. No, she was blocked before.
The complaint wasn't filed until November 5th, the third
No,
one.
she was blocked before. I just didn't know it. We have someone else that maintains it. And so when I mentioned, because our church has been harassed, we have meetings on it. And so anytime that someone gets on our church and says negative things or comes under Larry Yancey, remember that name?
Okay,
The person names that was made up that comes and give our church.
When was she blocked?
I would have to ask him. That wasn't, she's been on the church website prior to the complaint.
But you said a month.
No, I said, I found out about it.
You said
When I made the complaint, when I let my church members, our church detail know about what's been happening, she's on the list of blocked people. I didn't know that at the time of her first complaint.
But you said it was a month ago, just a second ago.
No, I have to ask him.
Well, okay. All right.
So-
we got past that part. Let's move it forward, Mr. Locke.
You know what district she's in?
She's in District A.
But you said in the beginning, you said she's just right around the corner from you. You're in District C, correct?
She lives down westward, Joseph. I live on Meadow Lane.
Just-
She lives right down the street. I can walk to her house.
So you said there was a complaint about a garage, and that's why you went over there as well?
No, there was a complaint from a neighbor about an illegal garage that happened to be right across the street. Didn't know that was the actual guy until I walked over there. So, yeah.
So do you realize the whole conversation that she had with that neighbor is recorded?
I don't mind that it's recorded.
There was nothing that I recall about anything about a garage.
No, Joseph, I didn't say anything to him about the garage. I was told there was a legal garage. He has one. I asked him about her because I was trying to get in touch with her. I asked, did he know her?
Hmm.
Because no one came to the door.
Interesting. So, how many emails do you, let me ask that differently. Do you know how many different emails she's used to try to contact you?
No, I don't.
No idea? Do you respond to all your emails?
I have not received, the only email I've received is the one that she sent the whole council.
Would
I've
it
never
surprise
received-
you if there was more than 2 emails she uses?
What-
Or 3? Or possibly 4?
What are you talking about? I'm
I'm
confused.
talking about how many emails she's tried to use to contact you.
She's never contacted me.
She has, and there's proof of that.
Mr. Lowry, are we discussing the complaint that she came to, Ms. Yancey went to her house?
I'm doing follow-ups on the stuff that Ms. Yancey stated. I took notes on it. I'm responding to that.
But that's not what we're deliberating. What we're deliberating is whether or not Ms. Yancey's actions by going to Ms. Essery's house constitutes a censure from this council.
So well, let me get to this. I don't think that we're having a very honest discussion on Ms. Yancey's part, and I was trying to show that.
And I understand that. What I'm saying is, let's talk about the encounter that she had with Ms.
And that's,
Etheridge.
and
'Cause
that's
the
what
complaint,
and that's
correct?
what I was doing, like
Okay.
how I brought up the garage and the emails, all of the things that are in the complaint, I just brought up and I took notes on it. So how many emails she's used to try to contact her. It's just ironic that we have 4, 7 complaints, 8, gonna hear 8, 9 more, I think. And everybody is a liar in these complaints, except for Mrs. Yancey. Yancey tells the truth, but the story seems to be the same. I mean, it's just ironic, but I'll just leave it at that.
Mayor,
Last point, Ms. Yancey.
do you have something you want to say?
No, I just, again, it's guys, it is, it's 8:21. We have been 50 minutes into this.
We got more too.
We have been, and we shouldn't have more. We should not have more. This should be a council that works towards the common goal of repairing potholes, trying to reduce crime, trying to get infrastructure installed, trying to make sure that our residents have services that they desperately need. This whole fiasco, this war that's happening is something this council has never had before. Not any council that I've ever covered in the city of Lamarck as a reporter for Guidry News Service, not any council that I was a council member on in this city, not any council that I was mayor pro tem nor any council that I was mayor, except this council has ever had issues like this. I am sorry that all we know, some of us know how to do is just fight. But when you are an elected official, you have to solve problems, you have to compromise, and you have to find a path forward. This does nothing for our constituents but make them want to find 5 new people. That's all it does. It is ridiculous that every council meeting, there's a war or a fight or an issue. It was not like this, Mr. Lowry.
You blaming me?
It was not. You
guys
are the
started
only.
ethics ordinance
You are
to
the
use against
only.
me.
We're not going. You're the only uncommon. You're the only common denominator. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. But I'm saying to you, as your mayor, I am your mayor as well.
Yes, sir.
I'm saying to you, as your mayor, the leader of the council that you are on, Ms. Yancey, Mr. Ross, and Mayor Pro Tem, it is time for us to move forward with policies and processes that make our city better. This is not 3rd grade.
That would be wonderful.
This is not, well, I'm glad that you think that. So let's move on now. Ms. Yancey, if you have nothing else that you want to say about this, we're going to move on.
No, I just think it's.
I am
just-
entered.
Right. I think it shows a pattern. I'm ready to go forward. But I'm not going to have lies be told consistently. And I apologize, Mayor, that we have to do, but I don't know what else to do.
I understand what you're saying.
I don't know what else to do.
It's going to take 5. It's going to take 5 of us. It's going to take all 5 of us. And what's going to happen moving forward, if all 5 of us aren't on board, you're going to hear the mayor move forward to the next agenda item. We're going to just keep rolling because this is utterly ridiculous. I don't even remember 3rd grade. and I feel like I'm in third grade. So let's just move on. Is there a motion to censure?
I'll make a motion to censor.
Is there a second? Council, is there a second? Mr. Lowry, unfortunately, your motion dies for lack of a second. Is there an additional motion?
Mhm.
Move on to the next complaint.
Is there a second? To that motion?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 825. Is there another complaint?
Yes.
Gus,
Yes, Mayor.
proceed, Gus.
How many more do we have?
Quite a few.
Believe, 4, although one of them, there's multiple. So. So,
They need a copy of it.
yeah. Take one and pass it down, please.
Is this the only one or no?
That's
This is the next- the
the
next
next one. Yes, Mayor.
You are our reader today, Gus. I don't know how Miss Nance.
I
gave
drew
you
the
that
short
job,
straw, Mayor.
But I like
guess.
your monotone voice, so go ahead.
Okay, Kiara's the next time. Okay, so to whom it may concern, I'm writing to demand immediate action regarding a disturbing incident involving Miss Kimberly Yancey as she was a substitute at Lamarque High School for Mrs. Himes. My daughter received a text from a current student stating Miss Yancey, a sub in my class, and she given this long ass speech about her life, talking about your dad, terrorizes her and killed her dog. During a class session, she made defamatory statements about my family, claiming that her life has been terrorized by my husband and alleging that he killed her dog. This behavior is completely unprofessional, constitutes harassment, and is defamatory. Such actions have led us to remove our children from public schooling due to the hostile environment fostered by Miss Yancey's repeated manipulation of her position to spread damaging statements about my family. I am requesting that the school board and administration investigate this matter thoroughly and implement disciplinary measures to prevent further harassment and defamation. Ms. Yancey's actions are unethical, abusive of her power, and must be stopped immediately. Please inform me of the steps that will be taken to ensure that this does not continue. My family's well-being and our reputation cannot be jeopardized further by this inappropriate conduct. And then I believe y'all have it, there's a screenshot attached that just says, again, what
From the student.
I would assume it's a
to our
screenshot.
daughter.
Okay. And that says what I previously said.
Ms. Yancey. I'm sorry, Gus, were you done?
I was done, Mayor.
Okay. Ms. Yancey, did you want to respond?
Again, council, I brought this out to the public so that you can see the continued pattern. That morning, Joseph Lowry had posted something on Lowry News Network about our Rule 11 agreement, which still stands, and the temporary restraining order. At the time, I did not know that. These were 12th graders, young people that I've taught previously in middle school. And again, they asked the question, I answered it. I did not say killed my dog. I did confirm that my dog was poisoned. And we went on. Didn't know that there was a person in the classroom that knew Haley. I have never taught Haley or Hunter, which is Councilman Lowry's stepchildren. Even though it was said that I did, I have never taught them. I have not been in the classroom since 2021. And since that day, they have repeatedly posted on Lowry News Network, that I taught their children, that there were posters that were taken down from the classroom, a come and take it poster, even though a come and take it poster would not be taken down from a classroom because that is a part of Texas history. So this again shows a pattern of taking one thing, because when kids ask me if something is still happening to me, I confirmed it because they're old enough to realize it. When they saw the signs, to recall Miss Yancey, when they're watching Lowry News Network on whatever social media platforms, Councilman Lowry does not get the chance to be the harasser and the victim too. And so they did send this to my supervisor and to the superintendent, and they're going to come to the school district, and they're going to, they've put it on pretty much every day trying to defame and slander. But when children asked me, because I didn't know he had posted it that morning, I did confirm. So Zoe Hurston, she says, if you don't let people know about your pain, then they'll believe that you enjoyed it. And serving as the first African-American woman to represent a district in the city of Marque has come with some extreme consequences by few. And that's why I tell people it's not the majority. It is a few that want to continue to slander and defame. But when you put things out on social media, and when you have signs out, there are people that will see it. But I have told Tech City ISD, if his name comes up, then I will tell the children, I will talk to them off campus, after hours, and tell them the truth about what's happening, because that is the truth. They can see it for themselves on Lowry News Network. You saw it tonight when he accused me of bribes. And that's why I'm so concerned about the criminality issue, because it's not stopping. So I kindly ask Councilman Lowry in front of our council people and in front of the city of Marque to please leave me and my family alone. Please. And stop with the lies. Jesus. I've never taught your children.
Are you done, Ms. Yancey?
I think so.
Let's do this again. Mr. Ross.
I've only got one screenshot of what was said. Doesn't paint a full picture for me, but I will say that I don't agree with talking about what goes on in my house and my life with people under the age of 18.
And I
period.
didn't.
And that's just, I had some seniors that tried and I wouldn't.
And I didn't. I need you to know that.
So,
I just
yeah.
confirmed it because of what he had posted.
But that's a school
And that,
district.
yeah.
School district's going to handle that and punish you according to how they do it. It may cost you your job.
It might.
That's true. But I would like to find out what their investigation comes up with first before we dig into it, because I'm not gonna ask to subpoena children.
No, they've investigated already. They talked to the children. They're talking. That's what I've been told.
You done, Mr. Ross?
I'm done.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just two items. Number one, this is not even subject matter for this council. Number one, and number two, it doesn't meet my standards.
Mr. Lowry?
I'm gonna have to go back to how we've said multiple times that we police ourselves up here. And this isn't actually the first time that our children have been brought up in a public school, in an open setting, in a classroom, with this exact statement and more. And it's actually the reason that we had to move our children into a private school, which cost us a lot of money. So I think that this type of behavior, bringing politics and spewing lies about terrorizing, killing a dog that Miss Yancey left out rat poison accidentally. These type of things that are being said in front of children, they're children. We can't taint the innocent minds of these children. And to say that something was on Lowry's News Network prior to this,
It was.
Ms.
you know,
Yancey, let him finish.
it's regardless of if there was or wasn't, this type of stuff does not belong in a classroom setting with children. They're children. Personal vendettas against another council person is not something that goes in front of kids. But there's been a history of it going back 4 years. We police ourselves, we govern ourselves. I'm going to ask for a censure from Ms. Yancey again. I just think it's, and we're still waiting for the school district to make their decision as well, but highly, highly inappropriate to bring this in front of children. I think it's just you know, there's a lot of people these days have a distrust in public schools, and that's one of the school voucher reasons is stuff like this. So this is why I don't like public schools. I mean,
We know
perfect
you don't.
example right here. And it did happen. She admitted to it happening, so I don't think
No,
there
I'm
was a
not
question.
admitting to saying.
Ms. Yancey,
I'm sorry.
Ms. Yancey, Ms. Yancey.
I'm not
See,
admitting to that.
okay, well, again, let him finish, ma'am, please. Mr. Lowry, proceed.
I just think that it's you know, there's kids involved here, and I think it needs to be held to a little bit higher standard.
You done?
Yes, sir.
Again, Mayor Pro Tem says this doesn't meet his standard. And I'm going to offer that we are apparently in third grade still. We have to move forward. We are going to have to work together. That means that we have to compromise. That means that at some point, this is going to have to stop. It's going to have to stop. If it doesn't stop, I can guarantee you, I have been in Lamarque politics for a long time. If it doesn't stop, somebody's going to be recalled. That's what's going to happen because the Lamarque citizenry wants their services to be upgraded, maintained, and performed at an optimal level. That's it. That's all they want. This is not helpful. It is not helpful. In fact, it is utterly ridiculous. And I am appalled and embarrassed that for the last 4 or 5 months, however long since May, it's been over and over and over and over and over. You don't solve problems by fighting. You solve problems by compromise. Ms. Yancey, again, you have 15 seconds for a pardon shot, and then we're going to move forward. You're not taking it. Let's move forward.
No, well, let me
Okay,
say.
hurry up, hurry up. It's 8:37.
No. He said that I said about terrorizing. I did not say any of that. The kids asked about it because of what he's posted, and I confirmed it, said yes, and went on. I did not go into detail, and that's it. But again, I can't control what he does, Mayor. I can only control what I do as in the response to what's happening. And if I could just keep ignoring it, I would. But it's out there. It's everywhere. There's not too many places I can go. People don't bring it up.
I understand.
So it's like, what do you do?
I understand. I will now entertain a motion for censure.
I would like to make a motion to censure Ms. Yancey for inappropriate conduct in front of children at a public school.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Again, Mr. Lowry, unfortunately, your motion dies for the lack of a second. Is there an additional motion?
Motion to keep moving on.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're moving on. What is the next complaint?
We're moving now to complaints about Councilmember Lowry, Mayor.
How many are those?
I have two more, Mayor.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
we can do them all at once if you want. It's
No,
up
we
to
can
you.
do it in the same fashion.
Okay.
About the same.
Are they three different complaints?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, let's do them same fashion. You will read. Yes, Mr. Lowry, you will have your time to respond. We'll hear from the council, and then Mr. Lowry, you'll have your time to end response. Mr. Knable.
Yes, yes, Mayor. Okay, after watching them last, and just the subject on this is ethics on Councilmember Joseph Lowry. So after watching the last meeting on YouTube, Joseph became uncontrollable and out of order, I presume order, all the while the mayor was trying to remove him to secure the members and the visiting citizens. There is a Penal Code 42 in Texas for this procedure. Why wasn't this procedure done? Also, I have a concern about the police alumni that kicked off a member after 5 years of association being kicked off for supporting Black Lives Matter protest. That is clearly her civil rights to do now a ethic complaint against her and her District A supporters that were disappointed in this decision. Now Robert Mitchell speaking out on this and giving a different reason for being kicked off, but he's not a member or president. How is he allowed to speak on behalf of the association on their policy? Given the reason Councilmember Kimberly Yancey hasn't paid dues in 5 years, which raises questions. Why wait 5 years after a new president, Catherine Herron Keith, was elected if this is their policy? I looked at their ethics and their policies, and nowhere is this reason on any policy. Catherine Herron has been outspoken about Kimberly Yancey not supporting our police department. Because of this, she calls disrespect. It seems to be more of an opinion than policy. And if she is concerned about this issue, why was Joseph Lowry allowed to become a member with his threats to the city, the police department, and the police chief, calling them thugs and corrupt? Also, he is a known felon in 3 different states or in 3 different charges, also family violence charges and convictions on all the charges with a felony gun charge. Also as a concerned citizen, a felon sitting on city council that clearly is against our charter. I want to ask city council to take a vote for a subpoena to Washington State to prove he is a felon. That has been proven, and each of you have the records. Thank you.
You done?
Yes.
Mr. Lowry. Yep.
What's the complaint?
That's a good question. What is the complaint?
I read what was given to me, so I don't.
You can feel free to respond or not respond.
I mean, I think we have a potential, I mean, they seem like maybe a lawyer. Jacqueline Perrin, I would question, I've actually questioned for several years if it's even a real person. Nobody's ever seen her. She's never been present. I don't even know if it's a real account. I'd be honest with you, I think it's a fake person. But this is just a lot of opinion. Just a lot of opinion here. I don't see a complaint, but seems 3rd grade to me.
You done?
I'm done.
All right. Mr. Ross?
I would have to look up Penal Code 42, which I'll do later on this evening. There's nothing to go on here.
You done?
Yeah.
Ms. Yancey?
I can't see I see her concern, and Jacqueline Perrin is a real person. She's not someone that is made up, unlike some others. And her address is right there, Councilman Lowry, to see. I don't know what her complaint is, so I can't really speak to it. I know she's brought some things out about Councilman Lowry's past. and some of the things that he has done that is not sightly, but I'm not sure. Is she saying that the censure should be because of him getting out of order in the last meeting?
In the beginning of
Of the meeting.
her
Mhm.
response, yeah.
Is that the first complaint? That's the only one I can really see in that.
Yeah. Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Mhm.
Mayor Pro Tem is not here. I too, am, looking for the formal complaint, in this. There are a lot of things that are outlined in this. But we need to have it more in a formal complaint. However, again, this goes along the same lines. This is going to continue if we as a council don't stop it. Right? People that support different council members continuing to move these types of issues forward, and it gets us nowhere closer to our city being a better city. We're going to have to put this down, and we're going to have to pick up, compromise, and move forward, ladies and gentlemen. That is the only way. It is, we can't continue to be here till 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock. Bickering, debating, doing whatever it is that we're doing in the back and not moving our city forward. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm just responding to this, this complaint. Did you have anything you want to say?
Oh, yeah, sure. This one is references items that committed here of the dais, but the basis is not, I don't think it supports any sort of ethics violation. I don't know, this, my standards.
Yeah. You know, I will say this, since I was involved in it and it's written here in the and we'll move on. It'll be quick. It's written here in the complaint. Last meeting, there was there was an escalation. There was council member out of order. And I followed the policy that was outlined by our administration, by other officials that we collaborated with. But none of that's conducive. Not anybody getting out of order, not anybody trying to remove anybody. None of that's going to help us in Lamar. So we might as well, and you will see this moving forward from the chair, we're going to just move on. If too much talking and bickering and back and forth starts to happen, you'll see me and the rest of the council, whoever's not arguing, we'll move to the next agenda item. And do it that way, because we have to get things done for our community. There's nothing further. Mr. Lowry, did you want to follow up on this before we entertain a motion?
Yeah, I just want to add that there was nobody out of order. There was just a heated debate, and it was strong political discord.
Mr. Lowry,
Sir.
if I'm the chair and I declare you out of order, then you're out of order.
Okay. There was strong political discord, and really this complaint, it's kind of babbling about Robert Mitchell, CPA, and there's no substance there. But I've been on council a short time, and I've seen this ethics complaint abused since I started. I think it was designed prior to my appointment on council, and we got things to do for the city, like drainage and water lines, and we got so much to do for the city. And I think we need to stop doing this kind of stuff and act for the citizens and do what they elected us to do. But next complaint.
Is that your final?
Yes.
All right, I will entertain a motion for censure.
No action.
I have a motion for no action. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Gus, what you got, bud?
Take one, pass it down, please. So, again, I'll just, there's a picture or there's a screenshot of something, but I'll read you the subject line on the email. Ethic complaint, Councilmember Joseph Lowry, for this kind of behavior from a sitting member is unacceptable and needs to be reported to the FBI, the police alumni who voted to put this racist person in the association should be ashamed of, and I presume themselves. That last word is cut off. That was an email, and then there was a picture that is attached. I can read that. It appears to be a screenshot from a post. The post is a screenshot, I believe, of another post. The initial post or post is a post by Recall Joseph Lowry, and then it posts a screenshot from the Lowry News. Okay, yeah, but posted by Carolyn Small. Then it's the Lowry News Network, and it's cut off, but it's, I believe, I'm a resident of District C in the Marque. I humbly request my mayor strongly consider stepping down from his position as a city mayor because of multiple issues. There's an increasing focus on he rather than we in the city. His departure would also be for the betterment for the future of our city. It is my concern that strife will continue so long as he remains on city council. After prayerful consideration, should he elect to do so, his appointed replacement should be one with his concurrence. He's for the city with the highest degree of diplomacy and integrity. And then there's a picture that purports to be Mayor Keith Bell, and you all have it. I'm not gonna, when you have it, I don't need to try to explain it.
Yeah, let's say it's safe to say that it's not me. There's only one thing that this person has in common with me, right? Right, we get it. I think we all are starting to get it, Mr. Lowry. I think we are. Were you done?
That's all I have for this one, Mayor.
Mr. Lowry, you're up.
I don't understand what the complaint is. If it's Lowry's News Network, I would be concerned because nobody's brought any ethics complaints about one of our contractors, the Galveston Daily Fake News, and their unethical, one-sided biased story. So I'm curious to how, I don't know if the complaint is Lowry's News Network. Maybe there should be complaints about our contractor, Galveston Daily Fake News, which my lawyers have to send letters to about their inaccurate, one-sided biased stories. But Chief, if I may, do you guys do background checks for the what's it say here, the alumni? Do you have, and no felony, my background?
Whoa, Mr. Lowry, don't sneak that in. Don't sneak that in. No. You're responding to a complaint apparently Gus has put toward District C. That has nothing to do with that. We're not doing that.
We just did for Nancy.
We're not doing that. What we're doing, we're going to focus on this. If this is your time to respond,
Sure.
I will then not recognize you, and I'll start going down the council. Either you're going to speak to this, or I'm going to the next council member.
So
what do you want to do?
I'm not allowed to do
What
that?
do you want to do,
Well, I'm asking you.
Mr. Ross?
Ironic.
Proceed.
Once again, I'm gonna say I'm a First Amendment person. Lowry News Network can say what they want to say. I've been blocked from it, so I don't know what they say. I can't respond to anything that has been posted about me. So I just have to get screenshots from other people. But that's just my complaint on the First Amendment, and that I can't see what's being posted on there. So you either follow it because you enjoy it, or you follow it because you know where to stay away from. That's, you know. That's the only thing I have to say about it.
Very good. Ms. Yancey?
So, Councilman Lowry, did you approve this or did you write this?
I don't have to answer that question.
I'm not gonna answer that question. So there have been other things that we have dealt with in the back that we have asked you to stop doing as a warning, and we came out here and did no action as trying to give you a chance to kind of clean it up. Councilman Lowry, is this going to be a continued habit where you disparage members of this council? Particularly 3 of us on this council, is that going to be a continued practice where you disparage members of this council in a sarcastic and demeaning way?
Are you going to ask the same question to the Galveston Daily Fake News?
That's not.
That has nothing to do with this.
They are
Mr.
not
Lowry.
on our council.
It
You
has nothing to
are.
do with this, man.
You are on our council and we are the judge of our members.
I don't
Is
have to
this
answer that
going to
question.
be a continued practice? Now, you didn't answer that you wrote it or approved it. But what I'm asking you is this going to be a continued practice where you disparage members of this council?
I don't have to answer any questions to what happens on that news network. It's really none of your business.
Well, it's going to be difficult. Mr. Lowry, we're trying to move forward. We don't want, residents are bringing this to us. Residents are saying this, they don't like it. And this is not good as a whole for our city and for this council. I beg you to stop. I beg you to get this particular group that bears your name to stop. This is just one. I've received screenshots, just as Councilman Ross does, about the disparaging things that you have said about our families, our person, our businesses, now going after our jobs. Please stop. We warned you in the back, and now I requested that this be done in the open so people can see what we're dealing with. This is not what we are the laughing stock. So I don't want to have you censored, but if you can't even tell us that you're going to stop with this practice, what are we to do? Because we are the judge of our members. Cesar, if he had a staff member that every day, daily disparaged their staff, if he had a director that daily disparaged his people in his department, that director wouldn't be there very long, because it brings bitterness and it brings hostility and it creates a hostile work environment. We know that you are new and we're trying to give you time to adjust. This has got to stop. This is not good behavior of a councilman. This is not good behavior. And we have asked you and warned you to stop, and it still continues. And I've asked you in front of everyone, will you stop? And you basically won't answer it. So I guess that's affirming that it's going to continue. Mayor, I would like this behavior to stop, and I don't know what to do to stop it.
Just ignore it. That's exactly what we're gonna have to do. We're just gonna have to roll without him. He's gonna be over there in that corner. And if he wants to participate, then he can participate. And that's fine too. But if he wants to do things other than participate, then we're gonna have to continue with the city's business, because the city, those in our districts elected us individually. And you are accountable to A, and he's accountable to D, and he's accountable to B, and I'm accountable to the whole city. And we're going to work and we're going to solve problems. If C wants to be a part of that, then they'll be a part of it. If they want to stand in the corner and scream and yell, then that's what they'll do. But the business has to be done. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to add something? No? Let me say this. Mr. Lowry, you and your network can continue to do things like this. I really don't care. I'm a grown man and I'm strong, and it doesn't bother me.
Thank you.
I'm going to continue to do what I need to do for the people of Lamarck.
Thank you.
Now, I'm not going to be disrespected on this dais, and I'm not going to be disrespected in my role as mayor. I will continue to demand respect in that. But this is silly. This is third grade, and I'm older than that. So I'll just move forward. Now, did you have anything else you want to say before we call for the motion?
Yes, sir. So what I'm hearing is an attack on the First Amendment, an attack on freedom of the press, and a censor on a media outlet or a person that's involved in a media outlet if they don't stop writing stories.
No.
And I want to remind my constituents that I'm one vote up here. And I will continue to bring forward anything that they ask me to bring forward, whether it's drainage, whether it's police, which we're doing a fabulous job on. But I am one vote. And if they want to punish me because they don't like what I say and they want to block out District C's ability to get things done, then that's their choice. But I will continue to bring forward what my citizens ask me to bring forward. And I hope that this third grade stuff and this ethics stuff that should have never came forward. And I would advise council to do what other cities have done, such as League City, get rid of this ethics ordinance because it doesn't work. We've spent a fortune, like you said. Look at the time, look at our city lawyer sitting here. We've spent a fortune, probably tens of thousands of dollars, wasting time over, he posted a bad picture of me on a news network. Ridiculous. You don't like it? Don't look at it. I don't care. But this is a lot of third grade stuff. I got a city to represent. I'm going to continue to lead, and I'm going to continue to bring forward. And if everybody on this dais to my left wants to work against me, that's your choice. That is your choice. But I'm going to bring forward what my constituents ask.
And your constituents asking for this?
Man,
Not-
we simply, let me handle this and we're gonna move on. Here, we simply are gonna move forward with this. If you've said everything you needed to say, man, God bless you. We're gonna, is there any motion for censure against Mr. Lowry and this latest one of his antics?
No action.
No action. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second for no action. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll
Well,
call.
I do have a discussion.
Go ahead, Ms.
So to this council, since we are saying that this is okay by not censoring him, so this is okay. To you, Councilman Ross, what he has just done and that he continues to do to disparage our mayor is okay with you.
There is a freedom of First Amendment,
So he can continue to do it.
and you can say what you want, whether you are quoting Hitler or
Okay.
you're quoting Karl Marx
Okay,
or you're quoting Louis Armstrong or you're quoting Martin Luther King. It doesn't matter. If you don't like it, you follow it to stay away from it, or you follow it because you actually agree with it.
okay,
So whether you agree with it or not, you can't stop a person in this country from speaking.
right,
Whether I agree with it or not, I can't do it.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ross.
So to Councilman Compion, this behavior is okay for you as well.
Yancey, Councilmember Yancey. First of all, I'm not here to be questioned by you or anybody else.
I've
as
been
to-
questioned
as to
all
my
night, but
position.
okay.
Okay, so that's just it. I've made a second and I'm going forward.
And now we're at discussion. So I would like the citizens of Lamarck to see that we as a council have said that this is okay, that this type of behavior is okay. So please, stop calling us, stop posting about it. This council have said that this type of behavior to disparage and slander people on a daily basis is okay.
Just a
Did you want
point
to
of
add?
information. That's the opinion of one council member. This council has not said anything of the sort.
Well, what are you saying? I would like,
Ms. Yancey, I'm not here to engage in a debate or try anything with you. I'm here to take a vote, follow my conscience and do what I need to do.
okay.
Thank you.
What I would say to my constituents that are concerned about this, because Mary Bell is a 17-year representative of District A. And I'm appalled because we are the judge of our council. We are the judge, not particularly the constituents, but we are the judge of this council. And we have basically approved tonight, but because no action basically says this is okay, that it can be done on a daily basis. Or perhaps you're telling people of the council that to handle it in a private matter, a legal matter, away from this dais. But I'm praying for this city and for this council because this is evil. And bad energy never comes back good. And I hope that now that we know that, because, and I know it's tight, but it's right. I've got to say it, that we have now said it's okay to disparage one another in a very public way. So when it starts happening to you, that's all I have.
I saw your hand raised, Mr. Lowry. Did you want to jump back in? This is a complaint about you, so let's bring it back to you.
I just, I guess, thank you to everybody in the room that has swore an oath to their Constitution and that knows their Constitution. And Mr. Ross, thank you for your service in the military and to understand the Constitution and freedom of speech and whatnot. So thank you to everybody in the room that is military, former, current.
Mr. Lowry, we're handling business, man. You can't wave at everybody. Come on.
I
Focus.
just wanted to say thank you for understanding and
I know you do. I know, and you're grateful. I know you are.
yes,
I get it, but we got to move on. Are you done? You done?
yes, sir.
Okay. All right. We have a no action on the floor. We're going to call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Very good. 4-1. Mr. Knable, is there more?
Yes,
Please say no.
just one.
One more.
So take one, pass it down. Yeah, I sent it separately. Okay, so these are screenshots, again, from the Lowry News Network. The first one is pictures. The second one is, hold on, let me pull it up. The second one is a statement that's signed, Michelle Smith. Would you like me to read that, Mayor, or not?
Read wherever the bulk of the complaint is, I would say.
I
Just
think
have pictures.
these are just pictures.
No screenshot.
Where's the complaint?
Or the
This
screenshots?
this is what we were sent. I pass it along.
You pass it along. Okay.
I didn't see this in the agenda, nor did
So I guess, yeah, where did was this between the last meeting? Between now and the last meeting?
This just popped up.
No, Gus sent it in his email with the complaints, so I don't add the actual complaints into the agenda. They come from the city attorney once he's ready.
Is this
to
new,
present
Gus?
them.
Yes, it is.
We received it on November 11th.
I sent, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, it was sent on the 11th, I believe, to Kiera. I forwarded it to the council on November the 12th at approximately
So a person
11:04.
sent this to you?
I sent it.
Okay, well, this is your complaint then.
My complaint.
All right. Well, Jen, we don't have a narrative to this, then you wanna read us? in?
So
Okay.
the day that Councilman Lowry has been tagging Tech City ISD, and this is the same day that he and I'll read it. So the complaint is this. Kimberly and Yancey, aka Jezebel, is indeed the bride of Satan. Joseph Lowry was right. He has a picture that's an animal monster picture. Then there's a picture of Mayor Bell and myself, LNL Outlet News. And then there's another picture of me and an animal, which is what was done to discredit people of color. And so that's what he did. And then he wrote, Michelle Smith, if you didn't know, is a play on Michael Smith, who is the editor of Galveston Daily News. So Michelle Smith is basically Councilman Lowry. In today's episode of Days of Lamarck, unhinged Kimberly Yancey worked as a substitute teacher at Lamarck High School today. A student reached out to others by text. From the description of events, the class was held hostage while the narcissist Yancey told them the AI version of her life story. It then turned into a bashing of Joseph Lowry, who she claimed had done heinous deeds, as she tried to incite these students to bring harm to him and his family. I would like to see the curriculum where Joseph Lowry is listed. Will Joseph Lowry be a category on the STAR testing? Yancey breeds division, hate, and contempt everywhere she goes. Once again, Yancey uses whatever platform is available to her to slander anyone who holds her accountable for her actions. I bet Keith Bell has regretted many times allowing her to hitch her wagon to him with the continued heat she brings. Money must be tight. Has the gravy train come to a halt with the citizens demanding a forensic audit? Is this why she is back to substitute teaching? Could this be why she's testing the waters to offer marital advice services, which lead to speculations on which one of them was cheating this time? Right around town is more lawsuits are going to be filed. Yan Yan has once again proven she's emotionally unstable and mentally unfit to hold office. Michelle Smith, 11/11/2024. And that's my complaint of the entertainment for lying for entertainment, and the Sandy Hook, Alex Jones type of storytelling.
You done, Ms. Yancey?
Yes.
Mr. Lowry?
I just want to say thank you, Michelle Smith. Shout out to Lowry's News Network again. What's the complaint?
Slander.
Yeah.
You're a councilman that is slandering a fellow
So
council person.
where's the complaint of the,
Slander. You called me.
let me finish. Where there seems to be a whole lot of complaints about Lowry's News Network. And I'm getting a vibe that maybe there needs to be ethics complaints on other news networks in the county.
But we
that
don't,
are
we don't
contract-
govern them though, Mr.
Well, they're
Lowry.
contractors of ours.
But we
And they
don't,
fall
we
under
don't,
ethics.
we don't govern them though.
Well, they
But
fall under the ethics ordinance.
No, they
we have to,
don't.
we have to focus on this.
They do.
Do you have a response to this?
Just again, shout out to Lowry's News Network. Thank you, Michelle Smith, for your work. I'm sorry if somebody doesn't find it tasteful. But again, freedom of the press, freedom of speech. I mean, it's kind of a, Lowry's News Network is kind of a in your face type of news outlet. They like talking about, the things that people don't like to talk about, but for the article that Michelle wrote on 11/11/2024, I mean, it's her opinion, and she's entitled to her opinion.
Anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Ross?
I can't even.
Oh, were you done? I mean, hold on.
I got nothing.
You got, you got nothing?
Enjoy.
All right, Ms. Yancey, give a brief one here so we can get to Joe, and then I'll bring you back if you want to come.
It is important that we model the expectation. We would not allow our city manager to behave in this way. We would not allow our city staff to behave this way. How can we, and I agree with you, this is silly. And Mayor, but what do you do? But again, we have to
You
model.
ignore him, you laugh at him, and you just keep doing business.
And you have to.
Unless you're threatened and somebody's in your personal space, that's different. But with this, you just laugh at him. It's just not, we get it. We get it, right? We have to keep doing business because he's going to be wherever he is.
Right. But I do want the public to see what we're dealing with. on a
No, I
daily
get that though.
basis.
I get that. I get
Because
that.
constituents, and that's why I said constituents are saying that, sending this to us. But I will
That's
ask
true.
my constituents, do not send me anything. Do not send me anything. Because this is it is emotionally abusive. And you would hope that a fellow human being who says that they love Christ and says that they are Christian would display the love of Christ.
Yeah.
And that's not happening here. It's unfortunate, but again, I say we should model the expectation for our staff and the city as a whole.
Understood. Mayor Pro Tem.
Joseph, Mr. Councilmember Lowry, following my standards, some statements you made here kind of caused me concern. So are you saying that you are here at this dais saying that you are supportive of these particular statements and these, or did you say that you support this Michelle Smith and whoever other, the Lowry News Network, right to make the statements? I wasn't too clear on that. You need to clarify that for me.
I support anybody's right to free speech, period. Whether it's for me or against me or.
So the gentleman that comes up, you support his right to make his statements.
I'm actually very proud of that guy for how he exercised
his
very overly exercised his right, which is his right to do.
Okay, so
I mean,
you clarified for me. You're just supporting that and not statements that you're printing and offering. All right. Okay, that's all.
Hint.
Again, let me jump in. Again, Mr. Lowry, I really don't care at all. What you do outside of here, people have to learn. Just leave you be, because you're gone. You're there. And people have to leave you be. We have to focus here. And if you, I want to be clear. If you want to focus here, we're open arms. If you want to do, or somebody associated with you, if y'all want to do this, then I understand. I get it. But we have to focus here is all I'm saying. We're going to focus here. You're talking about drainage. You just said earlier, after I've said it about 5 times, you started to say it now. You're talking about we got to work on drainage and streets and crimes going down. You said all these things. That's true. So what we have to do then is, whether we like each other or you and Ms. Yancey like each other or all those things, we have to check all of that at the door and then try to compromise and work is what we all have to do, right? So again, I don't work. I'm not concerned about this. I don't look at this. Nobody shows me this. I don't know nothing about Lowry News Network or any of your posts, because long time ago, I stopped even looking at that, right? So if this is what you're doing, that's cool. But when you get up here, man, we got to move forward. We don't have time to do what we're doing now. We started this at 7:30, right? And
Right.
so
Okay.
I'll say that. I just said that. And now, because this is a complaint about you, I want you to jump back in, because I know you've heard some things and you probably want to respond.
I'm just, well, you said we're here with open arms. Was there ever not open arms?
There's always been open arms, Mr. Lowry.
Okay, because
Always.
I've been here and I'm here.
No.
I'm here.
No. What? No, you haven't been here. You've been here doing
that's not
these
here.
things.
I
You've
thought
been doing these things. So what we want to do is focus here. Anything about your complaint?
Well, I'm here and
That's good news.
I'm here to,
We'll see moving forward.
Would you like to apologize?
Hold on, Kim. You're not in this. It's me and Mr. Lowry. We're moving forward, right? Go ahead.
thank you for, understanding that, people have a First Amendment right and they're entitled to their opinion. And, like you said, if they don't like it, move on.
Don't even pay attention to it.
Yeah, we got
Well,
a job.
we
we got a job to do here.
We have to
And
focus
we
on
are
this
focused
job.
on this city.
That's
We're
right.
focused on the police department.
And all of those things,
Yes,
right?
all those things. That's
Right.
That's our job.
So,
We're here.
so if that's what we're doing, I'll say this, a couple things, and then we really have to move on. Number one, I want to correct you. Before Joseph Lowry's name was ever in any city hall, before Caesar was here, before Chief Argon was the the interim city manager, councils that I've worked on ethics ordinances, Joseph. We didn't even know who you were. We were working on ethics ordinances, right? Before you even decided to run for office, Mr. Ross, Ms. Yancey, Mr. Compion, myself, and I forget who it was, and who was it?
Carlson.
It's too many council members, James. We were working on an ordinance and we weren't even thinking about you, man. And so that's one, right? That's one. Number two, again, Mr. Lowry, at the end of the day, I have never, watch this, I have not made one complaint on you, not one. And I'm not going to, because I'm serious about what we have to do for the people.
It's counterproductive.
And if you're serious about what we have to do for the people, then, and whoever else is up here making these complaints, then we'll stop. And when people complain to us, we'll say, you know what? And I've talked to you about this. Gus was in the room with us. I said, Mr. Lowry, let me tell you something. I said, people voted for me, and they voted for you, and they voted for Yancey. And that means they want us, for whatever reason, to work together. And you know how I handle that? When people come to me in the community and they want to talk about you or James or Kim or whoever, you know what I say? The people elected that person, and that means I am compelled to work with them. And I would suggest that all of whatever you feel about me and Yancey and perhaps maybe Ross, at one time it was Compion, I would suggest that you say to all those people that want us to be removed from the face of the earth, the people elected them. And I, Joe Lowry, I am the #1 top dog when it comes to the people of Lamarck. And they voted for Bell, I got to work with them. They voted for Yancey, I got to work with them. I don't want to work with them. I would rather push him off to the sea, but they voted for him. That's your out, sir, if you want to take it, right?
For everybody, correct?
I've been working with you, man. I've been working with you. I have been working with you up here until you start disrespecting me. I have to preside, Joseph. And when you start blurting out, I have to stop it. When Kim blurts out, I have to stop it because we have business to take care of. Now, I'm saying to you face to face, I don't care about this. What I care about is moving forward, right? All right, that's what I'm going to do. Now, let's get to a place that we can end this and move to something positive. Do we have a motion on the floor?
I don't know if it's positive in executive session, but.
Well, we got to do some city manager stuff, and it's going to be all right. So if there's no motion on the floor, is there a motion to censure Mr. Lowry for this latest complaint?
I won't censure if Mr. Lowry apologizes for that. I won't move for a motion to censure if he.
Are you asking him to apologize?
I'm
right
asking
now?
him to apologize for that post,
She's saying she won't move for a censure if you apologize.
for that post.
For this post?
Yes,
You
This
want me
post.
to apologize for something that somebody else wrote? Not gonna happen.
it's on your Lowry News Network.
Is that
You
a no,
approved
Mr.
it.
Lowry?
Okay,
It's fine. If it's fine, if it's a no. I'm trying to move the
I'm
meeting
just
forward.
trying to move.
Is that a no? Okay. I will entertain a motion.
I move that we censure, Councilman Lowry for the blatant disrespect and slander. Basically calling me a Jezebel, the bride of Satan, and also including my family as well as being cheaters and, being mentally unfit to hold office. I believe that's what he approved or he wrote.
Is there a second? Again, one more time, is there a second? Ms. Yancey, unfortunately, your motion dies for lack of a second. Is there an additional motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, where are we now? Is that the last complaint?
Yes.
All right. Praise the Lord, Mr. Compion said. So now I think we will recess into executive session at 9:24. And in executive session, I'm sorry, Joe, am I missing something?
No.
Okay.
But do question, finish your thing. I have a
Okay.
question.
In executive session, we will address 9.1, which is 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding potential litigation, A. Huger versus City of Lamarck. 9.2, section 551.074, personnel matter to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, assignment, reassignment of duties, discipline or dismissal of a public officer or employee. City manager, this is his normal evaluation. And so we stand in recess at 9:24. Joe, did that?
All right.
Is it still November 18th? Yes, it's still November 18th. At what time is it?
10:52.
7:52.
10.
10:52. I'm so sorry. We are at item 10.1. 10.1, section 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding potential litigation, Hoosier versus the city of Lamarque. I believe we'll simply take no action. Is that
Correct.
very good? Let's move now to item 10.2, section 551.074, personnel matter to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, the city manager. We initiated an employee evaluation on our city manager. Council has had a chance to make preliminary commentary and engage in preliminary discussions with the city manager. And it is late in the evening. Certainly, we would have been in executive session until probably about 1 o'clock. And that's just not a good thing for anybody involved. And so what council has decided to do, we have completed the first part of the city manager's evaluation, and we will complete the second part of the city manager's evaluation. Council, what say we? Will we do it at the December 9th meeting? Shall we call a special meeting? What's the pleasure of council?
I'm up for a special meeting. It doesn't,
You up for a special call meeting?
yeah, as long as that's all we talk about at that special call meeting is we just move through evaluations and then call it from there.
Ms. Yancey, you good with that?
That's fine.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Lowry?
I will not be here on December 9th. My grandma passed away. I will be in Seattle.
Okay. We are, if we call a special meeting to complete his.
Sorry.
Show
I
stuff.
I violated the.
Censure, get him, Lowry. Come on, make a motion. Let's censure this guy. I don't know what that was, but it was bad. It was,
Look back. No. Waterfall.
I'm teasing. We're having fun. Mr. Lowry, the question was, will you be available for a special, when will you leave?
We'll be back. We leave on the 6th, I believe, and come back on.
Okay, so anything before then, you'll be available. Okay, very good. So it sounds like council wants to call a special meeting. We'll coordinate the dates. Ms. Nance and myself will coordinate the dates with the rest of council so that we can get a better shot at completing a sane and lucid evaluation without the effects of a long meeting. And so that'll be sooner rather than later. Anything further on item 10.2? Again, no decision has been made on our city manager. We simply started the process that will be completed at a later date. Now, let's move to item 11. I'm sorry.
Just to be clear, Mayor, this is just part of the annual evaluation.
Absolutely.
There's nothing more.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Item 11, request and announcements, request by mayor and council members of the items to be placed on future city council agendas and announcements on city events, community interests. Item 551.415, items of community interest include expressions of thanks, congratulations, condolences, information regarding holiday schedules, honorary and salutary recognition of a public official, public employee, or other citizen, except that the discussion regarding a change of status of persons, public officers, and public employment is not an honorary or salutary recognition for the purposes of this subdivision. A reminder about an upcoming event organized or sponsored by the governing body, information regarding a social, ceremony, or community event organized or sponsored by the entity other than the governing body that was attended. An announcement involving an imminent threat to public health and safety of the people in the municipality or county that has arisen after the posting of this agenda. Mr. Lowry, I believe you're up first.
Thursday, the 21st, we have the chief, help me out here. What's the address for that? For the St. Michael's Church on Magnolia and Lake. That's for community policing. And we're looking for as many people to show up as possible. And see, I think that's about it. If I guess just continue, if we can get maybe another update on the ditches, what's being I know you attacked the culverts pretty hard through just about every district, but if we can get an update on the ditch maintenance for the different districts. And I think that's about it.
Thursday at 6 o'clock. What is the name of that? That's the newest community orienting policing
Last
division.
one, yes.
What's the name of it? Cedar Drive? Okay.
Boundaries would be Cedar, that's the north, south would be Magnolia, the east will be Howell, and the west would be Bowie.
Cedar is the north boundary. Magnolia is the south boundary. What is the east boundary?
Howell.
Howell is the east boundary. Bowie is the west boundary. Cedar Drive.
Zika.
Sean Lazika. 6 o'clock at St. Michael's. Very good. Thank you. Is that it, Councilman?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Ross.
First, I would like to thank everybody that came out to the VFW last Sunday. I know it sucked because it was a Sunday, or for Veterans Day, it was done on a Sunday. Next year, it'll be on a Saturday. So hopefully we'll double our stuff again. Now to the ugly side of it. After long talks with my child and dealing with all the stupidity that's been going on, we have decided that it's best that today in talks with the mayor, I had turned my letter in end of September, beginning of October. But today I'm formally announcing my resignation from the city council of the city of Lamarque, District D. I'm over all the infighting of personal matters and lack concern for the city overall. In May, I'll be sitting in the audience instead of up here. I hope that we can still work to create a better Lamarque with the citizens for the city, for people who want to move here, and a better place for small businesses that won't come in looking for large tax breaks to the city. One thing I hope will get accomplished before I leave is that Mr. Compion and I will fix the homestead in the city of Lamarque that hasn't been worked on since 1978. That is one thing. And when I do leave, I hope I get appointed to a board, preferably the ordinance review board. Dear Lord. I'm over being lied about. I had no issues with Michelle Smith's article about me, except for the false statement of fact about campaign finance reports, which under Texas law, she didn't look up and filed it. And under advice of an attorney, I tried to send Michelle Smith at Lowry News Network at 1111 Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas 77568, a letter saying, hey, please change that, which under Title 18 U.S. Code 1342 is considered mail fraud if you don't actually have a business there. Just like the letter that got sent to 5150 Salazar's a Nutcase, League City, Texas, and I'm waiting for that to get returned. So those have been reported to the postal authorities and to the FTC. And this last one right here where I don't know who actually wrote it, except that it says the city of Lamarque, where I should have came to you, Mr. Lowry, for $150,000, which if you and I would have worked on an agreement like that, would have been considered a quid pro quo in the state of Texas and illegal for both of us to do. Can't do that. That was dated October 14th. Those are going to the
Texas Ethics Commission. Please stop attacking me. I wanted to work well with you. That's why I sent you those, I showed you those emails back in from 2020 to 2021 about Avenue B. And then you told everybody I was a liar. No, I've got my plat map for my property, which is over in that same area. If people want to come look at it. That was platted in 1910, and those lots are grandfathered because the city of Lamarck is just like the state of Texas. We don't get rid of anything. We grandfather everything. It's time for us to stop doing that. I truly wanted to work with you, but when people called me asking me why the Art of Coffee closed, when it was public knowledge, it's open record, because somebody at your network posted, was he the reason? I mean, come on, that's a little unfair. So yes, I will be here till May. And then the company and I have already started communications. It's going to cost about an extra 30 grand, but hopefully, since I should have been open next month, hopefully October of next year, we will be opening in the city of Lamar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Ms. Yancey.
Okay, didn't see that one coming. But thank you for, I've enjoyed being with you and I'll enjoy being with you until May. It's unfortunate. December 1st is the 409 awards that will be given by Chicano Apparel. Their stores in District A. Tickets are $40. You can find the 409 awards on Eventbrite, and I invite everyone to come out and celebrate. 5 people will be honored. Diane Merchant is one of them, Todd Scott, Sam Collins, and Chris. I believe, I can't remember Chris's last name. But it's and it's going to be at the Marque Banquet Hall in Texas City. So it's the first inaugural 409 Awards, December 1st. I'm looking forward to the December 3rd Christmas parade as well. But next week is Thanksgiving, and this is a time to thank God and thank Him for life and having your family and friends. It's these kind of moments that you value your friendships and that you value your family, because people don't have to be nice, but when they are, it is a blessing. As we have seen tonight, people have a choice to be mean and evil, but we need to make sure that we recognize the people that show love on a continuous basis. If I had said I was not concerned about the president that we have set here tonight, I would not be honest. I am very concerned about the president that we have set as a council. And it's unfortunate. But we will continue to serve District A and make sure that District A is properly represented and make sure that we continue to go forward on our goals, and we have many. I do believe that a lot of what is happening is to distract us from doing the bigger things for the citizens of District A. This is not personal. I think this is, I think it is purposeful, and that is to discredit this city and to discredit the gains that we have made. To Cesar, I say to you, we're looking forward to completing your evaluation and improving, because we know nobody's perfect, but we know that we all have room to improve. And to the city of Lamarck, we do apologize for the unprofessionalism that has been displayed in more than one way. As we determined, as if you've ever been a school administrator, you know that you have to learn how to deal with all kids, and no kid is the same. And so you have to find the best medium to do that, at the same time meet the goal of reaching the scores and doing what you have to do. But I want to commend this council for trying. We're not going to get everything right. I've already received some very angry text messages already. But we will find a way to go forward. We will promise you that, and I will promise you that. And henceforth, we will more than likely deal with some of the things that seem to be more personal, on a personal level. But let me just say, District A is still leading the way, and we will not quit the progress that we're making. But again, I ask for those of you that believe in the power of prayer to continue to pray, because not everybody that says they're a Christian is one. The Bible says that you will know who they are by the way they love people and the way they love others. That's the only way you know that they belong to Christ. And so I ask those that pray, and specifically the pastors in the area, to pray for our leaders, pray for our mayor, pray for our city council and our staff and our children. And I believe that we will have an amazing Thanksgiving next week. I'm not sure of any turkey giveaways, but as soon as we know, I can confirm of some turkey giveaways, or maybe Councilman Compia may know, we will let people know for next week. But anyway, happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
First, my sincere condolences to you and your family on the loss of your grandmother, Councilmember Lowry. Two, sincere thanks to the many excited, I have to say that's the best way to describe it, excited individuals who participated in the citywide cleanup, the fall cleanup. I was impressed by the number of new residents that we have here in the city that commented that the cities that they moved from did not have anything of the similar to the fall cleanup. And my thanks to the city manager, your two boys, you're raising them right. They're already servants. They were out there offering bottles of water to the fine ladies from the AK sorority. They were also a part of the shredding effort, and then the employees of the city of Marque that were out there as well, and then to the members of the Keep Marque Beautiful, Mr. Loftus, Ms. Gonzalez, and the other members of the commission that were developed and promoted this particular project. It's good to see that effort continue, which is something I think, Dave, that we started when it was back when the Clean City Commission, as I recall. So, happy Thanksgiving to everyone as well, too. And thank you to the, I call this team here that we have. I hope the residents of Lark realize that we always have our committed individuals, and perhaps we can find a reward, an award, I should say, to give to them as opposed to a reward. You know, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Certainly, I wanted to share in sadness and disappointment that I have in light of Mr. Ross's resignation tonight. I met Mr. Ross when he was advocating for a better solution to our water distribution system. He wanted to help lower rates. He wanted to help provide for a better experience, a better quality of service. And so I met him trying to contribute to the city and move the city forward. I'm sad tonight, James, because you're having to have your time cut short. And that's unfortunate. I said to you once before that I thought that you were a very level-headed person. And city councils need level-headed people, people that can think through problems, and people that can engage other council members and community to try to find the best result for our city. And so you're going to be missed, but we are fortunate that we have the next 6 months with you. And I look forward to working with you. And I look forward to all of the wonderful things that we're going to accomplish in 6 months for those proud residents of District D and beyond. This Saturday, we will have something that we have entitled the Doorstep Democracy. Mr. Ross and Ms. Yancey and Mr. Lowry have had their town hall meetings. I don't know if Joe's had one yet. Certainly, This is one that will encompass the entire city. Perhaps some of our council members will be out knocking on doors. Others have commitments, and that's okay too. But we wanted to provide for a way that we would do things differently this year, to go to our community members to see what we can do to improve our community. After that, we'll come back. Is that right? To city facilities so that we can have a traditional town hall. Again, in efforts to try to do what we can to ascertain how we're doing as a staff, how we're doing as a council, and as a group of volunteers. So we look forward to seeing you and engaging you and hearing your stories. We're excited about that. The Christmas parade, Ms. Yancey, is what date?
December 3rd.
December the 3rd. So we won't be here in any regular capacity before that. And so we want to encourage all of our residents to take part in the Christmas parade. There will be a tree lighting, hot chocolate, popcorn, performances, and all sorts of fun right here at our very own Walter Feigl Park. We look forward to seeing you there. Lastly, because time is short, I wanted to gloat a little bit about the election. The election. I'm getting ready to gloat. You ready? My prediction came true. I predicted that after, James, watch this. I predicted that after the election happened, that we would wake up the next morning and we would still have potholes. We would still have streets in need of repair. We would still have ditches in need of grading. We would still have sewer systems in need of rehabbing. We would still have a police building in need of deciding. And it's true. We still have, isn't that something, Chief Argonne? After all of that fighting that everybody did, we still have problems in the city of Lamarque, which means that national politics, national partisan politics have no bearing or impact on our streets or our sewer system or who the police chief is or whether or not the city manager is doing a good job. Partisan politics have no impact on that. And if partisan politics have no impact on that, then partisan politics has no place in municipal government. Not on a council table, not in a fire truck, not in the city manager's office, nowhere. It's quite the opposite, actually. Municipal government is here that it might heal the wounds of partisan politics. We fight each other on a national level and on a state level and even on a county level. But your municipal government is a bastion of healing for democracy. Your school board is the hospital for democracy. Because in municipal government and in school boards, there's no partisanship. There's not an R or a D by our name. We weren't on the ticket with Trump or with Harris. We're just a group of people that decided that we wanted to do something for our community, and we volunteered, and we were elected, and we were appointed. And 4 of us in here tonight were not elected. Well, some of y'all were. Well, that, never mind. Don't worry about that. It is the municipal government that has the potential to heal our hearts. And I would suggest that each and every member of this great city and each and every member of this great council and each and every member of our staff and our appointed staff, that we all remember that municipal government is the solution. Municipal government is the hospital that can heal the broken heart of partisan politics. Why? Because on my street, can I say it? I'm gonna say it anyway. My friend Pat Trevisani lives on my street, and she has Trump signs all in her yard. Well, I live across the street from my friend Kim, and I can guarantee you Kim probably voted for Harris. We live on the same street, and we have drainage issues, and we have issues with sewer, and we have issues with crime. Isn't that something? That's what municipal government does. It forces us to come together no matter what we believe to solve the problems of our street, our neighborhood, and our community. Municipal government heals what partisan politics can hurt. That's all I have. I'm excited to be a small town city council member in the position to heal. And I am so glad that I am not Mr. Trump or Ms. Harris having to do all of those things that they had to do that we just witnessed. And so I wanted to leave you with that. If there's any place for us to heal, it is municipal government. If there's any time for us to heal, it is right now. And I wanted to give Caesar the last parting shot tonight, and then we'll end with our adjournment. Mr. Garcia.
I want to take a moment and just also announce, I failed to mention earlier, Blue Santa. We are accepting donations for Blue Santa. We are accepting donations until the December 5th. It will be either at City Hall or the police station. We'll have collection boxes at both locations. If anybody would like to donate anything, we have a little bigger and better surprise for this year. If you're willing to donate, we'll make sure that we get that flyer out on our social media and out to folks to know about it. I also want to share in some of the sadness, Councilman Ross, you'll definitely be missed. But I also want to take a moment of a privilege, Mayor, is to recognize a staff member of ours who sadly will not be with us here on our team anymore. And I'd like to hand the floor to Kyle Hunter to express his words as I share a small token of our appreciation to the team.
So I will be leaving the city of Lamarque. I've taken a job opportunity somewhere else. And I will be starting in December. So this will be my last council meeting here with y'all after 18 exciting years that I've been up here sitting right here in this seat, running all this and assisting with getting the communications out to the public so that everybody can contribute in their own way. So I appreciate the opportunity. Many years ago, Mayor Bell, you were there when I was hired, so appreciate the opportunity years ago. So other than that, I'll be around.
That's really depressing. Let's all go eat chocolate. How about we?
Kyle, not being a man of too many words, we are honored to have served along his side. We're honored to call him a colleague and a confidant. We have a small token of our appreciation. We have a plaque, and it reads, we felt it fitting to limit the amount of words, as Kyle would probably appreciate. The City of Lamarque thanks you for 18 years of service, Kyle Hunter. So Kyle, I present this to you.
Congratulations.
Wow.
Nice.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Kyle. We've been through our final comments, but on behalf of this council, it was a pleasure to work with you to allow for your abilities to enhance our council from everything from simple things in the meetings to all of us, you know, at one point engaging you with some sort of a technical problem that we've had on this council that was probably really simple. But we just thought it was beyond our reach. And so representing the council, I know every person from Mr. Lowry down to Mr. Ross would say, job well done. We're proud of you. We understand that you have to do what's best for your family. And we're just excited about your future. Thank you for everything you've done for our citizens. Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. If there's nothing further, I will entertain a motion to adjourn tonight.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned.